Good evening. At this time, I'd like to call to order the July 7th, 8th, 2026 Board of Supervisor meeting here in East Whiteland Township. And if we could rise and read the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to introduce everyone here at the table to this audience. I'm Scott Lambert, Chairman of the Board. On my left is Steve Brown, Manager. On my immediate right is Bernadette Kearney, our Solicitor. And to her right is Peter Fixler, Vice Chair, and Clinton Smith, Supervisor. We'll start off with the board briefings. Executive sessions were held on June 19th, 2026 for personnel, legal, and real estate discussions, and on July 8th at 4:30 this afternoon regarding legal, personnel, and also real estate issues. Moving to 2B, I'll ask Catherine to give us an update on the grant awards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll save this for later on the agenda where there's a new application. No other announcements for this month.
And I'll let you move into the Park and Rec updates.
So as the board and maybe the public know, Larry, the Park and Rec Director, is currently out on paternity leave. So congratulations to him and his family welcoming their new son. So the updates for this month are the next Chill on the Hill Summer Concert Series is scheduled for July 15th at 6:30 at Valley Creek Park. The live music will be East Nash Grass and Jack Blocker. Remember to bring chairs, blankets, and a picnic, and also some bug spray. The next Shakespeare in the Park event, which was a huge hit last year, will be on July 24th, also at Valley Creek Park. And the summer movie night this year will be the Super Mario Galaxy movie. This will be on August 28th at 6:30 p.m. That's the start time for the events, not when the movie starts, because probably it's not going to be dark then. The movie will probably start somewhere around 8:30 or 9 o'clock. So just plan accordingly as far as that goes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Catherine. Moving on to 2D, I'll ask Steve Brown to give us the beginning of the update on the Sentinel Green Fig application.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to have Catherine start with an update on the site work and where things stand with the EPA.
Thank you. Yeah, so just a brief update. So last week, the township worked with the developer of the data center site to cease all earth disturbance work while the township had a chance to review and respond to EPA's comments on the soil management plan and the health and safety plan. The township is in the process of completing its review of those items, and it's the expectation that as a condition of issuance of the erosion and sedimentation control permit for site work, that the developer will implement all comments of the EPA, DEP, and the township, which will also be shared with the public. Additionally, the township and the Environmental Advisory Council have requested EPA attend a public meeting of the township. At this time, EPA has declined that invitation, but has instead provided written responses to questions posed by the township to provide clarity to EPA's position on the status of the remediation. The township will post these questions and responses to the township website.
Catherine? I'm done.
Next, we'll have Bernadette provide an update regarding the status of various actions in our court system.
Yes, so, and you'll see under the first board motion, there's a motion to authorize the solicitor to execute an agreement and mutual release with Andrew Schneider, Mr. Capsey, and Mr. Deegan. So I just kind of wanted to lay out, there are 4 appeals or complaints in the Chester County Court of Common Pleas. The first one was filed March 17th, and the plaintiffs in that one were Mr. Schneider and Mr. Capsey. That was an appeal of the 2018 zoning approval. That has been quashed, and a motion for reconsideration by Mr. Schneider was denied yesterday by the Chester County Court of Common Pleas. That will be one of the ones that we'll be discussing as part of the agreement and mutual release. The second appeal was Mr. Capsey and Mr. Schneider. Again, this was an appeal challenging the recorded plan and the development agreement. That was also quashed, and the motion for reconsideration was denied yesterday as well. Again, that'll be a part of the 3A that we'll discuss. There was also in May, approximately May 18th, Mr. Schneider, Mr. Capsey, and Mr. Deegan filed a declaratory judgment against the township, the Board of Supervisors, the Zoning Hearing Board, Sentinel, and they were challenging various townships' actions relating to the project, including the 2021 approval, zoning, 2024 land development approval, the recorded plan, and the development agreement. That one has been withdrawn without prejudice, and you'll hear when we do the motion to authorize, part of that settlement and agreement and mutual release is Mr. Schneider has agreed to dismiss that with prejudice, meaning that it can't be refiled again. Those were the 3 actions that'll be subject to that motion. There was a 4th declaratory judgment that was also filed by Jeffrey and Melissa Katz, and that was filed pro se. It was similar to the prior declaratory judgment and also raised some issues about what occurred on April 21st, but nothing had occurred on April 21st because there was no meeting that night. So the judge has also quashed that appeal as of yesterday and did footnote that that was a frivolous appeal. So at this point, all of the appeals are quashed and reconsiderations for the first 3 have been denied. And we will be discussing the motion to authorize the solicitor to execute the agreement and mutual release for those first 3. That Mr. Schneider represents all 3 of those 2 appeals and 1 declaratory judgment.
Peter and Clinton, any specific questions you have?
No questions. As I understand, there's no further court proceedings that are going to be happening. Is that correct?
Once the mutual release is signed and agreed to, and again, that mutual release is between the plaintiffs, Mr. Schneider, Mr. Capsey, and Mr. Deegan, and the Township Zoning Hearing Board and the Board of Supervisors. It does not include Sentinel. My understanding is there's a separate confidential mutual settlement and release that we are not privy to that will be separately dealt with. But the Katz appeal, the Katz declaratory judgment, that was just recently quashed, so they do have the right to appeal that.
Are there any other outstanding?
Those were the 4.
That was it.
Those are the 4 at the Chester County Court of Common Pleas.
Thank you.
Can we make a motion now to?
I was just giving an update. We hadn't gotten yet to the board motions, but yep.
Yeah, might I suggest that, we do have folks in the audience and I know there's interested people here. Maybe if they have questions or comments about the updates before we move on.
Tony, if you could talk into the mic, I appreciate it.
What updates? The one that you just talked about Andy, or the next one on the list there? Does that make sense?
No, yeah, the 2 updates were, 1, the status of the site work, we'll say / status of where things stand with the EPA. And then the other was an update on legal matters. Those were the updates. So what I was suggesting is if people have comments or questions on them, take them now before we go into item 3A and 3B.
Sure. Tony, for the court record, could you give name?
Tony Giannino, Malvern Hunt. Thanks.
If anyone has any questions, if you can come up to the podium. If not,
Okay, all right. Megan Reese, 175 Lap Road. What is the agreement and mutual release? Can somebody just sort of clarify that for me?
When we get to 3A, we'll bring that up. I think Zach has the ability to show it up on the screen. Mr. Schneider had reached out on Monday and asked that the township, try and get this on the agenda for today in order for the motion, authorize the solicitor to execute the agreement and mutual release so that he can proceed with settlement, yeah.
With what? What was the last name?
With his settlement.
With his settlement?
Yeah.
Okay. What settlement?
I'm assuming we are not privy to what is going, he is going to withdraw all 3 appeals. So he's going to withdraw with prejudice, meaning they can't be refiled, all 3 appeals that he's filed. We don't know.
Is he going to come up or no? We don't. He's not coming up tonight? Okay. I'm confused, so that's why I was asking.
Yeah, this is litigation that Mr. Schneider had instituted that
Okay.
he wants to end.
Got
So
it.
this authorization for a settlement and mutual release will end that litigation.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
yeah, please come up to the mic and
Hi, Gina Sweeney, Malvern Hunt. If you could just clarify for me, the EPA, when asked, refused to come out. Is that for the entirety of the project?
They didn't say for forever. They just said for now. There was a specific request for them to come to the Environmental Advisory Council meeting tomorrow, and they specifically declined that request and instead answered questions the township had posed to them in writing that they felt would satisfy the request
That are
of
on the
township.
website now?
They're not on the website.
Oh.
They'll be up this week, though, where
This
you'll be
week.
able to access them. The township does intend to continue asking, though, for future meetings with EPA.
Okay,
Yep.
great, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, in fact, we've already done that. We've asked them to consider them holding their own meeting where they can answer questions directly.
Thank you.
Donna, I guess you're still not up. Oh, yeah. Any questions on? All right. So at this point in time, without any more additional questions, Bernadette will run a,
Well, I think at this point, we'll start with the board motions and resolutions, which would be 3A. And if Zach, you could bring up the actual agreement, I can quickly go through it. So the motion on before the board is to authorize the solicitor to execute the agreement that you're seeing in mutual release with Andrew Schneider, and I apologize, Shiva Kamor Capsey, Michael Deegan, and the zoning hearing board as to the Schneider Capsey Deegan's withdrawal with prejudice of the following appeals and declaratory judgment: 2026-002502, the 2018 zoning appeal; 2026-03896, the land use appeal; and 2026-04455, the declaratory judgments, with the terms being subject to the satisfaction of the township solicitor, insurance counsel, who is Rufus Jennings, and the township zoning hearing board solicitor, who's Andy Rao. We, late in the day, did come, I believe, to an agreement as to the agreement and mutual release. What you see on there is just the background indicating all of the two appeals, the zoning appeal, the land development appeal, and the declaratory judgment that were filed. As indicated, on June 10th, the court quashed the zoning appeal. On June 11th, the court quashed the land development appeal. On June 29th, the plaintiffs withdrew the declaratory judgment without prejudice. And as indicated, if you keep going down, Zach, the plaintiffs and defendants wish to settle all disputes related to the project. In paragraph 1, keep going down. There we go. The plaintiff's release of claims and withdrawal of pending cases. The plaintiffs, on behalf of themselves and their predecessors, etc., are going to waive any and all claims, charges, complaints, liabilities, obligations, promises, damages, lawsuits, rights, costs, losses, and expenses relating to the project, the land development appeal, the zoning appeal, and the declaratory judgment action that they could have asserted as of the effective date of this agreement. They knowingly agree that this release bars each plaintiff on behalf of themselves and their predecessors, successors, etc., either now or any point in the future, from bringing any claim or seeking any other damages in the future relating to the items listed in the preceding sentence against any party, including legal counsel. 1.2 indicates the withdrawal of the pending appeals and cases. Plaintiff's going to file a precipice to mark as settled and continued and ended with prejudice each of the following: the zoning appeal, the land development appeal, and the declaratory judgment action. Keep scrolling, I apologize. Section 1.3, this is conditioned upon plaintiff's compliance with section 1.2 above. Defendants shall not file any further pleadings in these matters, nor any petitions for attorney's fees or costs with regard to the appeals and the cases set forth in section 1.2 above. So the township agrees it's not going to file any further pleadings nor any petitions for attorney's fees once the plaintiffs mark these actions filed as marked as settled, discontinued, and ended with prejudice. Number 2, paragraph 2, is the plaintiff's covenants not to appeal any further. And 2.2 is what we'll call a non-disparagement clause, that the plaintiffs withdraw and rescind and acknowledge as invalid the accusations by plaintiffs during the course of this litigation that the defendants or their respective officials, officers, employees, attorneys, or agents engaged in misconduct, wrongdoing, misfeasance, malfeasance, or actions in disdain of or in contempt of or contrary to the public interest, including but not limited to claims that defendants violated the law as to its actions related to the project, or claims that the foregoing deprive the plaintiffs or the public of due process. Plaintiffs shall further cause any postings or statements made by them or their representatives of the foregoing to be removed, or if they cannot be removed, to be conspicuously supplemented with language withdrawing any support or validity of the same. After that are these standard paragraphs you'll see in most agreements: acknowledgments, severable provisions, governing law, choice of forum, attorney's fees, execution and counterparts, modification, and that this is the entire agreement. Again, this is just between East Whiteland Township, the Board of Supervisors, and the Zoning Hearing Board, in addition to the plaintiffs. It does not involve Sentinel Greenfield.
At this point in time, please refrain from interfering.
So that's the agreement, and we did get it on the agenda pretty quickly.
As per requested by the plaintiff, correct?
Yes. I don't know if the board has any specific questions or the audience.
I have none.
I have no questions. At this point in time, anyone from the audience would like to come up to the mic, please?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Charles Tassoni, hi, Malvern, 117 Minor. T as in Tom, Assoni. Charles, first name, Malvern. So this is needed because the township is seeking to have Andy and Shiva. Sorry, I forget your name. It's because you are asking them to pay for court costs. Is that right? Is that the genesis of this?
No, we were not.
Oh, so this is Sentinel's asking that.
No, Sentinel did file a petition. We are not privy to whatever settlement they reach, Sentinel and the plaintiffs reach. We're not party to that.
So this is a matter that is just telling Andy and all his predecessors and grandchildren and great-grandchildren not to pursue this case, and you're not actually even asking him for money to pay for the court costs. Am I right on that?
We did not file anything. This indicates once he withdraws, we cannot.
Okay, so this is just you haven't and you cannot.
Yes.
Okay, so this doesn't really have anything to do with Sentinel possibly asking Andy for money to pay for their court costs, is that right?
Right. This Sentinel is not involved in this settlement mutual release.
Okay.
Whatever they're doing, we're not privy
So
to.
this release is, his motivation to sign it is not that you have asked him for court costs, but that you were threatening to ask him for court costs. Is that true?
I'm sorry, say that one more time?
So you have not yet asked him for court costs, but you are perhaps threatening him to ask for court costs?
No, let me just say, the settlement, this agreement and this document was not initiated by the township.
Right. This was provided to us.
It's being asked of us
Yeah.
to enter into it.
Right.
We've not threatened anyone with anything.
But it's being requested because there was a decent chance, you could have maybe just said, hey, you're good by us, or no. So this doesn't have to do with Sentinel, this is only to do with the township, and somehow Andy feels he needs to make an agreement with the township. I don't understand why. Am I missing something, John?
Andy requested it. Andy did most of the drafting of the
Okay,
document.
right.
So,
And he did it based on an implied threat, I guess, or no?
No,
Or he
we
just
never-
likes documents, Andy just likes documents.
We
Okay,
never
I
said
guess he
we
just,
were-
okay.
Seeing no other questions, would you like to make a motion, Peter?
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to authorize the solicitor to execute the agreement and mutual release with Andrew Snyder, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the solicitor to execute the agreement and mutual release with Andrew Schneider, Shavu Kumar, Kapsi, Michael Deegan, and the zoning hearing board as to the. Do I have to read the whole paragraph? Probably yes. As to the Schneider, Kapsi, Deegan's withdrawal with prejudice of the following appeals: declaratory judgment 2026-002502, 2018 zoning appeal, 2026-03896 land use appeal, and 2026-04455 declaratory judgment, with the terms being subject to the satisfaction of the township solicitor, insurance counsel, and the township zoning hearing board solicitor.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
And passes 3-0. Next on board motions and resolutions, I'll ask Steve to begin the discussion pertaining to 3B.
Thank you, Scott. Most folks in this room know that the developer and applicant has an approved plan from 2024. Most folks in this room also know that the developer has commenced work on the site under that plan. The only matter before the board is the request from the applicant developer for a field change, which is permitted by Section 2 of what's called a land development agreement that reads, if any changes or revisions to the plans, including but not limited to changes or revisions to the cooling towers, the generators located inside the buildings being relocated, or any cooling units or other HVAC units being located outside or on the roof of the buildings, other than those approved in writing by the township engineer as a field change, are contemplated at any time, permission must first be received from the East Whiteland Township Board of Supervisors. The applicant's stated reason for the request is water conservation. The approved plan will use between 3.1 and 3.5 million gallons per day for cooling. The air-chilled units that the developer is requesting to install will require no material water usage for cooling after an initial fill of the closed-loop system. If approved, the applicant would remove the outside cooling towers adjacent to the buildings. Air-chilled units would be installed on the roof with sound attenuation and screening. That's the only question before the board. It's a field change request to change the cooling technology. That's the question. The applicants are voluntarily also willing to do the following, not requiring a field change or approvals from the township. Within the existing building footprint, which will remain the same, they would reduce the square footage of the two buildings to 536,000 square feet, including there would be no basement. And they would reduce the square footage by reducing the height of the buildings, eliminating the basement as well as eliminating the second floor. They intend to enhance the landscaping, as has been discussed at some of the meetings in the past, and they would be willing to do the enhanced architecture of the buildings. Again, those are things that they're permitted to do, whether the township likes it or not. Does not require a field change or approvals from us. Those are things they've indicated they're willing to do. So it's important to, again, focus on two things. One, the only question before the board is the field change requested to change the cooling technology. Second, this is the process. The land development agreement contemplates this and permits it. No plan submittal, no hearing, etc. is required. Only thing that is required is the discussion this evening and then action by the board at this public meeting.
I will also add that underneath our proposed data center ordinance, which is currently under review by the Chester County Planning Commission, the community ad hoc group that helped organize and put together the data ordinance reflects the same policy as what the developer is requesting at this point in time. So underneath Section 8 of the new data ordinance, under water usage, the wording is based upon cooling systems that are mandatory technology to preserve the Little Valley Creek watershed. All facilities must use closed-looped, cooled, chilled technology or equivalent dry cooling system that result in zero net consumption of water for this cooling purpose. You want to? Sure. Are there any questions pertaining?
I have no questions. I'm happy to see that this change is in front of us. I was sick to my stomach to think about the water loss to our aquifers and this. And we'll open the floor up to questions after we're done speaking. Thank you. Please have some decorum. Thank you. That's all. Only thing I have to add.
I have other questions, but these would be more directed at the actual. Sorry, I have more questions, but I think these would be more directed toward Green Fig, Sentinel, and structural changes and what this does, and looking at how this could potentially change the project and what it is moving forward with their changes that they're doing. So, but these are more technical questions. I'm sorry? No, I said I have specific questions that I would like to send to Sentinel to ask additional questions regarding the changes that they're looking to make. But those would be my only questions. Sure. Some of the questions I have would be regarding, removing the basement. Does this excavation change what they were, the approval and not the approval, but the EPA's review of the soil management plan, changing the water to air cooled? Are these changes going to create different discharge, or given the current water and soil contamination? What is the power load? Is there a change in the current power load that they're requesting? What is the rack power density? What is the cooling capacity for the revised design? Shifting the generators, are looking at the structural integrity of has there been any type of geotechnical review, looking at the changes that they're planning on doing regarding the foundation, and any changes to the loading regarding the current situation at the site. Those would be some of the questions I have. I'm sorry?
Ma'am, first of all, you're going to need to come up front because we have a court reporter. If she doesn't get what you're saying, it doesn't go on record. And that applies to everybody. So please just be patient and give everybody a chance to talk, but don't talk from back here, please. Thank you.
Gina Sweeney, Malvern Hunt, the questions that you're going to ask to Sentinel, could the EPA also be copied on them so that they could see your question and how they answer it?
I'm sure we can copy the EPA, but yeah, I don't see why that would
Because
be a
they would be
problem.
separate from the questions that you're sending in.
Yeah, and I think
Okay.
we have questions already that are being
Right, I just
created
want to
to
make
send
sure
to
that
them.
yours get answered
Yeah, and
well.
I would ask
They
these for
review
that.
their answers.
Yeah,
All right,
absolutely.
thank you.
So, all right.
Can the issue come to a vote before you have these questions answered? I mean, so you might vote today. Is it fair for you to vote today since you don't know the answer to these questions yet?
Well, these are my questions that I have.
Right, but they're
Right.
Board of Supervisor questions. Shouldn't they be answered before anybody votes? Aren't these very important questions?
She can't hear anything when you guys.
I'm sorry they're clapping, but they're clapping. I can't help it. Okay, sorry. Okay, so I will repeat. Since she didn't hear me, isn't it necessary for these questions to be answered, which sound like very important questions and thoughtful questions, isn't it necessary for them to be answered before anyone votes on this issue? Shouldn't we have knowledge before we vote?
Hi. Oh,
No answer for that one?
Okay.
hi.
Correct.
Sangeeta Tandon, Malvern Hunt. Sorry? Yes. S for Sam, A for Apple, N for Nancy, G for Great, E for Elephant, T for Tom, A for Apple. T for Tom, A for Apple, N for Nancy, D for David, O for Orange, N for Nancy. So just a comment, I am not very knowledgeable about these things, but it seems to me that the things that this Green Fig is offering now is very similar to the plan that was rejected prior, that they came up and they said, we would reduce the footprint, we would do X, Y, Z, get rid of the cooling towers. It seems to me that these suggestions are a sneaky way of getting back to the same plan that was rejected.
Hi, my name's Stephen Hyde. I live in the Wickfield section of Malvern. Seems to me if the prior plan was to use 3+ million gallons of water a day, and that's going away, what would the electricity demand be? My guess would be an astronomical number. And in a broader view, what happens if the electricity demand from the data center and the general public exceeds supply? How is that reconciled? Thank you.
Tony Giannino, Malvern Hunt. What are we doing? Why is this a thing? We told you from the beginning this plan was a bluff. I said it was a bluff. It was built using old technology. It will not be built into the future. We told you it was going to use 3 million gallons a day. We told you this. We've been saying this. How is this something you're recommending now they're going to change? We told you this was a bad plan. We knew it was approved. They kept trying to sneak through different changes without a new application. This is warranting a new application. This is not a field change or what the hell you're calling it. Are you crazy? Come on. I sat here and I worked with you guys for weeks on end. I got to know you. I think you're great people. I really don't have any qualms against you personally. But this is bullshit. This is crazy. This isn't a field change. This isn't moving a pipe from 5 feet away to have some mud moved on top of it. This is a 500,000 square foot change. They want to include the basement sometimes, exclude it sometimes, whenever it's convenient for them. They include it in the square footage, they exclude it. You guys never make it clear which one we're talking about. Now on top of this, they're saying they're going to put back the air chillers. Are we going to have an acoustic expert come in and do the whole examination again of what that would look like on a smaller square footage building? No, you guys are just going to vote on it tonight? Clinton has 1 million questions? Come on, this is crap. We live across the street. You couldn't even bring this up less than 24 hours ago? I mean, come on, this is crazy. This is a completely new project. I've been saying this since the beginning. This is a substantial change. If not this, then what is? What counts as substantial? Are they just going to keep sliding these things through and just coming through the back door? If anybody else was putting up a plan like this, you would not let this happen. This is crazy. You put a gun to the head of one of our dear neighbors who was trying to represent us all. He got faced with possibly $100,000 of basically bankrupting his family.
Hey, wait a minute. The township had nothing to do with that.
Because you didn't protect us early enough. You didn't protect us years ago. Then he had to stand up for us. You guys didn't protect us years ago. Then we had to come in and stand up. $100,000 is ridiculous. I don't care what you know or don't know, Bernadette. I appreciate it that you can't say what you can, but we understand from Andy's side what he and our fellow residents were going through to stand up for us. And then the very next line on the agenda is something that we knew that we're going to sneak through. We were saying this since the beginning. Do your jobs for us. Stop letting them get away with stuff. I live down the street from this. What's the change at 3 a.m. going to be with the new chillers? Do you know the answer to that? We have no idea what that's going to be. Is it going to be going all the time? We have no idea. Is there going to be any change to the EPA? Sorry, apologize. I'm sorry for getting animated. I really do appreciate you all. I'm very upset right now. Thank you.
Hello, Robert Urban, Wickfield. First, I want to just say a little bit about my credentials so you know that I have a background on what I'm going to talk about. BS Chemical Engineer from University of Pennsylvania, MS Chemical Engineer, Lehigh University. Before I retired, I ran corporate engineering groups for major companies, did hundreds of millions of dollars of capital projects all around the world. And what they're asking for here is a field change. This is not a field change, no way, shape, or form. A field change is something minor, like you start digging in the soil and you find utilities there you didn't know were there and you have to reroute. Or you dig in the soil, you find bedrock you didn't expect. Or unstable soil and you got to put in different footers. It's things you do after you're in progress that you didn't know were there until it happened. Like somebody goes through the plant, runs all the HVAC ducts, and the electricians come through and say, I can't run my electric here, the HVAC's in the way. So they got to reroute it. Or one of the last projects I did was a $100 million plant out in Salt Lake City. We're walking down the stairway, and like there's a beam right above our heads. And we're saying, that's not code. It just came up in the field, and they had to move the stairs back. Those minor things are field changes. And what they're asking for, and they're asking for a little bit all different ways, but these were all in the amendment that they withdrew on May 4th because they saw that was not going anywhere. But there's at least 6 major things they're asking for. One is the building size. That's a change. You just can't change the building size willy-nilly. I heard before they're going to get rid of one of the floors. I'm not sure you'd know what they're building. I think they're just going to go over there and build what they want to build and tell you about it afterwards. Okay. Building size, number 1 major change. Getting rid of cooling towers, number 2 major change. Number 3 major change, they're going to add 100 rooftop chillers. That's not a major change. That's a completely redesigned project. And you can say, yeah, saving water is a good thing. It is, but it's a new project that needs new approvals. Now that they're going on this, now they're going to say, going to put the chillers on top. They used to say that the building was going to be 65 feet tall versus a 40-foot tall building originally. Is it still 65 feet? I'm not sure any of you guys know what you're approving. Someone, I think Steve said they're getting rid of a floor. How tall is the building? Another major change. Relocating the emergency generators indoors. They're already indoors in the original plan, except they're in the basement, which happens to be inconvenient for them. So they're going to say they're moving it from indoors to indoors. And number 6, I heard, and I guess it was confirmed tonight, was my guess, no basement. So 6 major changes. This is a completely new project that needs new approvals, new reviews, and I don't think any one of you up there knows what they're building. And that is not right. So, you can say it's really cool to, really nice to save 3 million gallons of water a day, but it's a new project. Sorry.
Good evening, everyone. Again, this is Richard Waugh. I live at 8 Westgate Circle in Malvern. I was here at the last meeting, and I predicted this was going to happen. Yes, I was at the last meeting. It wasn't heavily attended, and I spoke to you directly, and I predicted this was going to happen. So I prepared a letter, which I'll submit to you, on April 14th, and my legal memorandum has been adjusted because there's additional procedural errors that I found in the process, which are illegal, but I'll address them another day. On April 14th, I said, before this meeting was abruptly planned, quote, in my letter that I'll submit to you now, based on the scope of the proposed changes and the amended plans and the words of Greenfig's principles, their intent is clear. The construction of a modern and more profitable hyperscale data center located within an industrial warehouse, not the technologically obsolete, less profitable cloud storage data center that was originally intended by Greenfig to be housed in the 2-story office-style building, unquote. That was the 14th of May, and here we are. The intent is clear. And I said before the Planning Commission, before the Board of Supervisors, Pennsylvania law is clear. After the preliminary land development plan is approved by a zoning board, which is a quasi-judicial hearing, only de minimis changes are permissible under the law. They are considered inconsequential, minor. A 5%, 6% deviation from the plan is legally impermissible because the due process rights of the community were violated because those facts were not presented to the zoning hearing board, and the zoning hearing board made a decision specifically on the facts presented by the applicant at that hearing, which in this case was October of 2021. Greenfig is attempting to circumvent statutory procedure under the municipality's planning code and establish Pennsylvania Supreme Court law and Commonwealth Court, Appeals Court that says that a developer cannot circumvent the decision of the zoning board because it would render the zoning board meaningless. The supervisors cannot approve a non-de minimis change. actually the MPC and the case law says that the final plan must be substantially similar to the preliminary land development plan, or they must go back to the beginning. And why do they not want to do that? Because these people will oppose it. It is illegal, it is unethical, it's unseemly, and it's an attempt to circumvent the legal process, and it's not permitted. The case law, which I will provide to you, is clear. It cannot be done. The one de minimis exception I found was in Radnor, where the 2-acre lot was 12 square feet off. They said that's inconsequential. Changing floors is not permissible. Changing water towers is not permissible. Finally, in closing, do you remember what I said at the last meeting? CPUs, thank you. CPUs is the acronym that refers to cloud-based storage facilities. GPU is the acronym that refers to AI data storage facilities. AI hyperscale facilities are extremely profitable, and it's the comparison of selling an 8-track cassette player and a CD player. They did not change the 2018 definition of a data center when they got the 2021 approval. They didn't change it. That means it goes back to the definition of 2018. That is not an AI hyperscale system. It's a cloud-based storage facility. That's not what they're trying to do. That's why there's increased technology. All the scientific evidence shows what they're trying to do. So in closing, they attempted to use a ruse, insulting your integrity, as well as the community, to circumvent the MPC zoning procedures to get an approval for what they said was an amended land development plan when it was completely new. And I predicted to all the people that I'm working with, now they're going to try and do piecemeal deviations from the approved plan. It cannot be done, it's inappropriate, and it's legally appealable. Do the right thing, read the case law, suspend the decision tonight. Do not allow this to happen. Thank you.
Hi, Ginny Marcel Kerslake, GINNYMARCILLE-KERSLAKE, and I'm a resident of West Whiteland Township. I want to start by saying it is ridiculous and disrespectful that Green Fig is not here tonight to answer Mr. Smith's questions or any questions that we have. These are major changes and they should be here. These are not field changes. These are not willing to make changes. These are changes that Green Fig wants. These are changes that Green Fig needs. All right? These are not field changes. These are substantive changes. And I would like to remind all of you of how such changes are supposed to be handled under East Whiteland Township's subdivision and land development ordinance. Section 175-20E, and I'm going to quote, modifications to or of an approved subdivision or land development plan shall be resubmitted and reprocessed in the same manner as the original plan. This requires a new application. I'm going to repeat what others have said. What we have here is yet another attempt by this developer to build what they want to by substantially changing an old plan that no longer works for them. But that is not how this is supposed to work. The developer must follow the proper process and submit a new application. You 3 supervisors are under zero obligation to accept their request for these changes to the final plan. You do, however, have the obligation and the opportunity to ensure that the proper process is followed and to protect the health, safety, and welfare of all these people and everyone else who can't be here tonight on short notice, who you represent. You absolutely must deny this request. Thank you.
Jeff Katz, KATZ, Malvern Hunt, East Whiteland Township, directly across the street from this property. And I'm here because of the noise and pollution impacts this project has and will continue to have on my home. I'm asking the board to reconsider tonight's item 3B before voting. What's described as a field change is not a minor adjustment. The motion authorizes eliminating the entire water cooling system and cooling towers, installing up to 100 roof-mounted air chiller units across 2 buildings, changing the generator configuration, and altering the building footprint by hundreds of thousands of square feet. That is a fundamental redesign of the facility's mechanical systems, not a field change contemplated by paragraph 2 of the land development agreement. This board considered a formal amendment to address changes like these back in the spring, and the applicant withdrew that amendment rather than proceed through the process it required. Bringing substantially the same changes back tonight through paragraph 2 as a field change looks like an attempt to get through the back door what could not be brought through the front. Condition 2L of the Township's own resolution 30-2024 required a plan amendment for any increase in the number of cooling towers. Tonight's motion goes far beyond that. It eliminates the cooling tower system entirely and replaces it with a different cooling technology on the roof. If the board already decided that changing the count of one system requires an amendment, eliminating that system and substituting another should require nothing less. Changes of this magnitude affect real things this board is supposed to weigh. Noise impact on surrounding neighborhoods from air-cooled chiller units, which behave very differently acoustically than the water-cooled system that was originally reviewed, and structural and site changes on a property that sits on a current and still unremediated Superfund site, where earth disturbance and construction methodology have already been a documented concern. A change of this scale should go through the same process any substantial modification requires: a referral to the Planning Commission and a public hearing where residents and technical experts can actually evaluate the noise and environmental implications, not a same-night administrative vote. I'm asking the board to table this item, direct the applicant to submit it as a formal amendment application, and allow for proper review and public comment before any approval. If the board moves forward tonight regardless, I'd ask at a minimum for a written determination on the record explaining why these changes qualify as a field change under paragraph 2 rather than a plan amendment, so that determination can be reviewed. Approving it tonight as a field change when it plainly is not one only invites further legal challenge, which benefits no one, including this board. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Donia. I'm at 10 Corbin Drive in Malvern Hunt. Donia. Thank you. I just want to say a few words about how I feel like you have an opportunity here now to really protect us, and how disappointed I've been in the agencies that I think are there to protect us, like the EPA and others that really haven't been there. We, as citizens, the only thing that we can do is sue our own township, and then we don't really, and these bigger law firms, and we don't have the money to go up against these agencies, but you all have the right to do what's right here. We're telling you, this is not something that you would get into trouble doing. If you stand up for us now, you won't get sued. If we have to come back later and sue you for not doing the right thing, we can't do that. We can't. So now that we don't have a lawyer, I did call a lawyer today, and they said the same thing that everyone else has been saying, that this is not a field change, and they can't even believe that it's being discussed. So please do the right thing. You know, what Rick was saying, I want to just go over a few things with that, and I'll watch the time. So the original approval versus the current proposal. Original approval, 1 story, current proposal, multiple stories, original approval, basement, current proposal, no basement. And the reason for that is because now we're going to go from smaller servers to big gigantic servers, and you can't put big gigantic servers in a building that has a basement because it will go in. It will all fall through. So they are telling us by design that they're building hyperscale here and not what was originally approved. Like that, I've talked to engineers about it. I've talked to architects that design data centers about this, and they have corroborated that. Massive electrical demand. We did not have this before with the original design. More heat generation. Industrial scale cooling infrastructure now. We still had cooling. We needed cooling before, but now it's everything's hyper. Limited utility infrastructure. Now we're at extensive substations. And then reinforced structure design for extreme equipment loads. So please protect us. That's why we voted for you.
Good evening, Tim Caban, 1050 West King Road. Timothy Caban, Charlie, Apple Boy, Apple Nancy, and I live at 1050 West King Road. Thank you. I just walked in, so I apologize for just walking in now. I'm confident I know what people said, that this is not an amendment, that it should be evaluated as a new plan. And I'm going to say the same thing I've said before because of the lack of feedback many times that we get from our representatives because of fear of being sued. And the simple advice is that to remind you, please, that Ms. Kearney works for you, not the other way around. And I really hope that when you're making decisions, that you make the decisions on that basis, and that as supervisors in a leadership role, it's your role to direct your lawyer what you want to do and have her give you the pros and cons of that. And if the cons are too big, you can give her another solution. She can give you the pros and cons of that. But running a township in fear of being sued is no way to run a township. Now, I hope you won't do that. I can't know until you vote. But I will say that over more than a decade, I've witnessed the town be governed that way with other supervisors who aren't you. So please, I hope you will stand up for us. And it's not that you're standing up for us in the abstract. You have plenty of background from all the people that spoke here about why you can have a reason to deny it. So please rely on everything they've said that I'm sure they said even though I didn't hear it. But please remember that the lawyer works for you, not the other way around. And if the guidance is from your lawyer to do this, to fear getting sued, after you vote yes to move forward, the second vote should be to fire Bernadette because it's awful legal advice. Thank you very much.
About firing Bernadette. In the first zoning hearing board, way back in 2018, Bernadette's firm, not Bernadette herself, said that the Superfund site on which the data center is proposed to be built, that this was cleaned of contamination. Now, you guys have represented in your FAQ, I guess, a FAQ in May, that you have read the EPA 5-year review, the most recent one. Let me ask, was your impression that the Superfund site has been cleaned of contamination? Because that is what her firm has said. Do you guys know, or do you maybe not think it's important?
Right, so we're all still waiting for the answers to the questions that are being
hold on. There was an EPA 5-year review that you guys said you read. Did you not get anything out of it? It should tell you that her firm was not telling the truth when they originally said that the contamination was removed. Right? I mean, did you guys not read? Was it not important for you to read it? You said that you read it. Did you have formed no impressions?
The EPA has,
I'm asking about the EPA 2024 five-year review. In that document, they said that lithium in the groundwater exceeds initial EPA cleanup goals by 1 to 2 orders of magnitude. Did you not read that?
It is, well, I don't know who read the document. I didn't
Well,
read
they say the fact said that it was read and it was considered. Was it not actually read?
I don't know who read it. Our consultants.
Well, I know who didn't read it. You guys. Sorry.
Our consultants certainly reviewed it, integral.
Okay, are they responsible for voting or is the board responsible for voting? It's nice to throw it off to somebody else. But the board is responsible. By the way, the Sentinel represented over and over again that the site has been remediated and removed from the national priorities list. If anybody on the board or any engineer had gone to Google and checked that out, they would have known that's a lie. That misstatement appears over and over again. Has no one checked that out? The Hamburg-Rubin misrepresentation of it being cleaned is false. You are depending upon a compromised law firm. Why do you continue to depend on that law firm? Why don't you read the EPA 5-year review? Why don't you do your jobs?
Hi, everybody. Thank you guys all for everything that's been shared so far. My name's Jessica Larkin. I live at 2-Ton Bridge over in Wickfield. I want to start by reminding us why we're here tonight, which is to vote on a change. As we've heard from multiple people, this is not a change. Mr. Lambert, you knocked on my door before I voted for you back in 2017. And I voted for you because I wanted you to protect me and my family and my neighbors. And you guys have a chance to do that tonight. I think the most important thing is that Mr. Smith does not have answers. He doesn't have answers to his questions, which means there's no way he can vote yes tonight. And you too should support him on that. No vote until you have the information that we can make this change. Thank you so much. Please protect East Whiteland.
Hi, Rita Van Rossum. I live at 1011 West King Road, Malvern. Once the Green Fig people went back to the original plan, we kind of all knew that this was coming. I mean, I said something at the last meeting that they were going to try, that they weren't excited about building the old plan. They just, said yes because they didn't think they could get the new plan approved. And now, sure enough, they're back and they're busy massaging and they're going to be busy changing it into the new plan, as so many people have said, and it's a huge change. Anyway, I kind of feel like none of you guys were there when the original thing was approved. So, we can't really hold you responsible for that, and we don't. But now, because Green Fig is coming back and I'm sorry. I'm sorry, am I talking to the wrong person?
Scott and I were at the original.
Oh,
vote
okay.
2021.
All right, never mind. Anyway, side note. But in any case, I just want to say, but by Green Fig coming back now, it's become clear that yes, they don't want to build the plan that's been approved. They want to build the new plan. And I feel like they've kind of opened the door. They're giving you an opportunity to say no when you weren't able to say no before, or you didn't think you were able to say no. So I hope, as other people have said, that you will take that opportunity and force them to go back through the zoning approvals, now that everybody has become aware of what actually is going to be built, versus back in 2018, 2020, I don't even know, when nobody was, what's the word? Just didn't have their red flags up and weren't paying attention, but now they are paying attention. So if you would, don't say yes, take the opportunity, please. Thanks.
I'm going to actually put a caller on since they've been waiting to talk.
Thank you, Donna. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Carla Zambelli Mudry, East Whiteland resident. It's Carla with a C, ZAMBE, I as in ice cream, M as in Mary, U as in ugly, D as in dog, R as in Robert, Y as in yellow. I am really torn tonight. I honestly believe you need to deny or table this, and I believe the supervisors, you also need to explain yourselves, starting with, why do these developers get so many bites at the same darn apple? I have maintained since this started and a hydrogen hub was attempted in West Whiteland that this was a bad plan, just say no. It's still a Superfund site. It is still a Superfund site with plumes, correct? Like Bishop Tube, and that has tons of plumes, and just like the nearby Kimberton Superfund site that has so many plumes that aren't dealt with, or people don't really know what's dealt with there. First, bottom line, still a bad plan, and you shouldn't be considering a thing until every unresolved environmental and other issue has been resolved. Other bottom line, this is bait and switch city, people, not a field change or two. And, we didn't actually have to have a data center, and in my opinion, which I'm entitled to under the First Amendment, that zoning has been wonky from jump. So many of us are on wells. All of the chilling things and everything, and the coolers, they use water. That loop system that purportedly recycles, it has been in media and other reports that the water in there can only be used so many times before discharging. And then it's like polluted gunk, and where does it go? And are you aware of areas running out of water literally due to data centers? I'll give you 2 examples. In Georgia, Fayetteville and Morgan County. In Fayetteville, 13 million gallons of water were drained. They also found out that there were hookups from the data centers that they didn't previously know about. This was in published media reports. I'm not making anything up. Their water is brown. Their water pressure is non-existent. We already live with increasing drought conditions, and data centers seemingly and consistently remove what belongs to the communities and the people and not them. We are paying for our data centers in our PICO bills now. Data centers and their noise. What is it you do not get? You supposedly spoke to officials in someplace like Loudoun County, Virginia, or maybe it was Loudoun County, Virginia, but did you go there? Ginny Kerslake went there. So did, I think, Katie Muth or somebody from the state, so they can tell you what it really sounds like. Have you actually listened to what people in New Jersey and Virginia have publicly posted everywhere, including to the media, about what it sounds like? I think if residents hadn't noticed dust clouds on the data center site and complained loudly, the township would not have paused Sentinel Green Fig last week. This is a problematic site. It is still a Superfund site. I keep repeating that, hoping that will resonate. But how many problem sites are your residents supposed to contend with in this township? As residents, we deserve better, and you all know it. Your job is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens, and you're really nice people. Well, I don't know about you, Peter, but you're not. You have to do something for this. And for the township in general, if you're following Robert's Rules of Order, your consent agenda should precede, not follow things filed like this under consider board action. Thank you very much for your time. Have a great night.
Sure. If everyone could please refrain from clapping when someone's on Zoom, the court reporter cannot get the information.
I guess I just caused a ruckus.
It happens, Carla. It's okay.
How do I unmute? Or, well,
You're
wait, I got my
unmuted.
little audio thing back. I gotta mute myself.
Okay. Good evening. I'm State Senator Katie Muth, Katie-Muth. Thank you for having me. I learned of this agenda quite recently, so my notes are scribbled, but I want to bring a few points in one of the supervisors already had mentioned. First and foremost, the power load really needs to be answered. If this is a different footprint, is it the same megawatts, or we don't know that for certain? Has that information been provided to the board so you have no idea the new megawatt or if it changed? We don't. Okay, so that's an outstanding question. The other question I discussed with Steve earlier today, just based on my novice knowledge of data center development in the Commonwealth, is that air chillers are significantly louder than any other type of cooling system. And so whatever sound study that has been submitted needs to be completely redone. And the air chillers should have specs. I don't believe they provided you with like the brand name, the model number. Those are all things that you as the board should ask for so that you can verify, or your experts can verify, that the metrics that come out of that machine, all equipment that produces a noise that could be health harming, comes with those specs. So you should be able to ask those things, also of the generators that they decide to use, because it's a little wonky, but it's not that hard if I can do math, and I had a tutor in Algebra 1 at Penn State, that you can figure out the total impact on your own, even without a sound expert to show that additive sound. Because the other question I have is, if the generators are no longer in the basement, I read it as that they are inside the building. Is that accurate? So they're inside the same building as the servers, correct? And has anyone at all allowed your fire chief and emergency responders to review the additional requirements that are needed if you do have indoor, I think they're actually, they're classified as indoor, I just read this before I came, engines, when they are indoor generators. So those have a whole other set of requirements just for having that type of equipment inside. So from an emergency response standpoint, you should just on that alone, if we didn't have any other debate on this proposed alleged field change, you should table that until they can review that. That's a big deal. So if you have all these generators inside, there's a limited amount to indoor fuel storage for indoor engines that are generators, but that's still a lot of fuel. And then you're also next to a lot of very flammable equipment. And so again, this is an industrial operation being proposed next to a neighborhood. Can someone lend me 3 minutes? Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know if you need to document who raised their hand. I could ask. That piece really scares me. So right there is your table tonight, is that you don't know that. And if the applicant were here, maybe they could provide some of that information. They chose not to be here. So that emergency response part should always go first and foremost to any plan, and especially one that's industrial related, which this is an industrial operation. The developer, I just want to say, because as someone who has watched residents struggle across the state deal with this invasion of their community, I've heard this developer say they're a good neighbor. They built trails here. They're going to plant more trees. This developer received $10 million in the people's money, in grant and loan money from the state of Pennsylvania in 2017 for site remediation. That site remains an active Superfund site. I just looked right now again on the EPA website, so I was not misquoting, that it has not yet achieved that statewide standard for reuse. Says it. Not yet achieved. So I understand there's been back and forth with the township and the EPA, but I'm not aware of a law, and Bernadette, please correct me if I'm wrong, that says that
You, as a municipality, can't go beyond what is required. Actually, you can. The government at the federal and state level is the floor. The local government can go further. You just can't do less than the state and the federal government. You have full legal authority and arguably a moral right to do that in terms of upholding the Constitution and the Municipal Planning Code. And there is case law from the Pennsylvania Supreme Court that brings me to my next point. Has the applicant provided you all with any information on how the harms of this industrial operation will be contained at the property line based on these new changes? Is there an assessment of any of the harms that are known provided to you? No, okay. So there's a long-standing Supreme Court case that literally states that a property owner is obliged to utilize their property in a manner that will not harm others in the use of their property, and zoning ordinances may validly protect the interests of neighboring property owners from harm. Pennsylvania Supreme Court. You have more than enough to deny this tonight. And if you don't have the courage to that, you're going to table it because you don't even know how to respond if something catches on fire. That's how easy this is for all of you. Super easy. I'm making it real easy for you. And to Charlie, since you're not here tonight, and he's been the golden boy with the golden ticket in the state government and apparently the federal government now too, to circumvent these processes that are meant to protect people, but he seems to get a VIP pass. He gets $10 million in grant money. He gets to build on a Superfund site, put lithium through the air to poison people, but he's a good neighbor. I think you should think about what type of person you're letting doing business in your township. If they are threatening to sue residents, sure. If they are threatening to sue residents, what kind of neighbor is that? These people took legal action to protect themselves from contaminants that are known, that are documented, for decades documented. And this developer wants to sue them for legal fees? What a good neighbor. And let me not forget my last and final point on what a great neighbor this developer is. Earlier this year in 2026, Sentinel Green Fig obtained its very own sales and use tax exemption certificate from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania so that they don't have to pay sales and use tax on any of the data center equipment that they're going to put in their proposed facility. But yes, sue the neighbors for $100,000 or more, or whatever amount. Good neighbors, right? That's somebody I would want to have business in my municipality. Do the right thing here. This needs to go from the start. This whole thing has been, I can't say it's a cluster, fill in the blank, since I've learned about it. It's one of the most difficult zoning land use things that I've ever had to read about. And clearly, whether you were all here or not, and I would like to ask Bernadette, what for a solicitor, I don't know this answer, are solicitors not looking at the statuses of these sites, like when they are Superfund or brownfield or HASCA hazardous sites? Like, is that not something that's identified when there's a proposal that's brought to a board? Like, is that not a standard operating procedure to like verify that the property is clean? I'm from like just a general like solicitor operational manual perspective. Is that not something?
We certainly had conversations as soon as.
But you're not the law firm. I want to know what the law firm recommends.
But we've talked.
Not that I don't value your opinion.
We've talked with the EPA.
But this is happening beyond East Whiteland Township, that there are developers that are deceiving communities and building on sites that are contaminated. And the legal person that's paid by the taxpayers isn't saying something, like that's a problem. And so I'm just trying to better understand how to combat this, because you have a president of the United States and you have a governor that's encouraging development without remediation on these sites. So you are the single line of protection remaining in the whole government. No pressure.
The DEP and the EPA handle environmental issues. They're the outside agency approvals that they have the
So in right.
They have the people who can go out and do these things.
But in the
They're-
land use approval process.
Right, that's what's considered outside agency approvals. PennDOT, DEP, EPA, those are all outside agency approvals.
So how did this project get to the point of where it's at without confirming remediation? I don't know. I'm trying to better understand this process. Like it is very confusing. So I don't know how that happens.
We rely on the DEP, the state, and the federal government, the EPA, to indicate whether they believe that the site is remediated so that it can be developed upon.
So, but whenever a land use application comes forward to a municipality, not just here, wherever your firm may represent, does your firm then send that address to the EPA or DEP and say, is this a site that has an issue? Like,
No,
who's the double
developer
check?
provides that information.
The who?
The developer.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, the developer must have known he got a grant for remediation that he didn't complete, so. He, agree. So that's my final point. There is a 2024 document that was shared with me that shows that this site no longer meets either of the two following human exposure evaluation statuses. Human exposure, controlled and protective remedy in place, or long-term health protection achieved. Site-related groundwater plume is undefined both laterally and vertically, and modification to lithium groundwater cleanup standard, contamination discharging to surface water. So further investigation of the extent of the groundwater plume and potential impacts to additional downgradient residential wells. So that goes on to say that the current human exposure environmental indicator status, that sounds like an important status, says insufficient data to determine human exposure control status. Doesn't sound like the harms contained at the property line, does it? This doesn't sound like a site that can be built on right now and still uphold your duty under the municipal planning code to make decisions in the best interests of the public. So I think this decision is easy. And I just got a call on my way here that I got to go vote on a budget tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday that I haven't read. So if I'm not given that opportunity because that's how rigged the system is, I vote no. You cannot make an informed decision without all of the information. And right now you do not have all the information. Thank you.
I hate to come up for the third or fourth time.
Okay.
So I really hate it, but
Listen.
I do ask, Bernadette, you said that you accept the developer's
I'm
word for
sorry,
it.
you've been up three
Right,
times
okay.
already at this
Okay,
point.
just
in
saying,
time.
why didn't you look
Let
up
someone
international?
else,
Okay.
please, talk.
Hi there. Oh, sorry. I'm not a resident technically.
Well, I'm going to make this, I'm really quick, so go ahead.
Yeah.
Deb Mobile, 42 Village Way. This is why we, who are in a similar pickle with the Bishop Tube situation, this is why we've been asking you for over a year now to revise your zoning rules to allow for remediation must be done on a site before any building plans are considered. And we're still waiting for that to happen. Thank you.
This will be our last question, so please come forward.
Okay.
We've got a time limit and many other things on the agenda.
Okay, I'll try to make it good. Hi, my name is Sue Arenschild, Arenschield. I live in Phoenixville. But I just wanted to ask if anybody has considered auditing that $10 million for remediation to see how it was used. Was there supposed to be some sort of report submitted to prove that they did what they said they were going to do? Or what was required?
Yeah, we don't, I am not even aware of, I mean, other than what I've heard is that the money was provided to the developer. So I'm not sure where the money came from. And the township,
Maybe I
it's
should ask
not,
the senator.
yeah, the township, it's not the township's responsibility. The township's, to my knowledge, never done anything like that. And so
However, it is your responsibility to approve plans that say they're going to be done on a remediated property, yes?
subdivision land development plans, it's our job to review and make decisions on them, yes.
So, did you? Or, I mean, you said you just relied on the developer saying he did it.
Now, what Bernadette was trying to explain to Senator Muth just a few moments ago is that the township will typically review, not typically, all the time, we review subdivision land development plans against our ordinances, primarily the zoning ordinance, the subdivision land development ordinance, and stormwater ordinance, sometimes other ordinances. It's quite usual that the township will condition the approval of a plan on the approval of outside agencies, whether they be county, state, sometimes federal agencies. And that's what was done in this case.
So they provided approval from EPA documents that...
Well, yeah, that's a whole nother topic. The EPA, they issue what's called a comfort letter, which we've discussed at other meetings. In fact, they've issued 2 comfort letters regarding this property. And they're not going to tell the developer or the township whether it's approved or not. They simply issue those comfort letters. And that's what the property owners get. And then that allows the construction from the EPA's perspective.
Then why would you accept it as something that you should approve?
Because that is the outside agency's, quote, approval. Even though they don't approve it, that's all they do.
Okay, but you're supposed to have our best interest.
Who's a liar? The applicant? Okay. I didn't say the applicant. I said the EPA. Maybe.
But they
maybe
haven't said yay or nay. You just said, well, kind of, sort of, maybe.
That's what they, all I can tell you is when you communicate with the EPA, that's what they'll tell you.
Okay.
They do not issue
Okay,
permits.
fine.
Like, I understand it's difficult to understand them. I mean, most agencies we deal with issue some sort of approval, issue some sort of permit. They do not.
Okay, that's fine, but again, it is the Board of Supervisors' responsibility to protect the people of the township. And if you can't guarantee that from the lack of information you receive, then why would you approve it in the first place? And why would you even bring this topic tonight, knowing that it's not a field change? I just don't understand what you're trying to do. What you're not protecting your residents.
If you want to say something, Beck.
Thank you for all your comments tonight. Just to frame where I am, I don't disagree with your environmental claims, and to answer your question, Charles, about how we read or don't read these things, we do rely upon our experts because I don't know what I'm going to be reading when I'm looking at these documents. Speaking of it, thank you. I have to depend on my experts and what they advise me upon. I can't make suppositions. That's all I'm going to say on that. In regards to the data center, and the meetings prior to this, when the applicant had pulled their application for the revisions, the large revisions, that's the last I thought I'd be saying about that because it was an approved plan. I certainly was waiting to see what happened in the court with Andrew's appeals, and that went the way it did. And from what I've seen being reported to me from the township, they've filed for their permits. They are moving forward with the construction of the data center they proposed in 2021 and have approved and have recorded. With respect to it being held up at the EPA questions. But I fully believe once those questions are answered, they're going to move forward with their plan. And what's in front of us tonight, if we could have some decorum, and please let me speak. I very much appreciate that. Thank you. We've certainly let everyone ask their questions and speak. Please let me. What's been presented to us this week, as I said before, I think is a gift in that it's not going to. They're still going to build a data center, but it's not going to be a data center that is not going to be using 3 million gallons of water a day. For if we don't approve or pass, whatever you want to call it, the field change for air-cooled versus the water-cooled, they will continue their construction of. From my perspective, nothing they have done indicates that they're not moving forward with making that original plan. They're moving dirt, they're setting up construction fences. Not right now because of the stuff. So what's in front of me now? As I said, I thought they were only building the water-cooled data center. What's in front of me now is a data center that's a third the size of their original proposal and is not going to use any water. So I feel would be environmentally irresponsible to not approve this plan. I know that doesn't sound popular, but would be greatly more unpopular is to.
Can we have quiet to let him finish? Can he finish, please?
What is in front of us is a choice between water and air. And I think it's a very simple choice. There's nothing to spin. Senator Muth, I'm not speaking to the EPA.
Listen.
That's all I have to say. Mr. Lambert, would you like to make a motion?
Sure.
Unless you read something.
I can't vote for this thing. I gotta table it. So why would you want to set it up that way? I can't. I got a table.
Then you're gonna tell them that you're gonna pick a date because they're not gonna wait.
I know they're not gonna wait. But we've got. On the outside, when you look at what came through today, the action is occurring because the developer, and listen to what I have to say before you start jumping down my throat, please. I respect your comments, but the action is occurring now because the developer was preparing to file construction permits applications. During the land development process, the township intentionally retained the authority to create and replace the originally approved water-cooled towers, which were projected to use 3 million gallons of water a day, with the air-chilled coolers that does not require the daily water consumption for cooling. That, coupled with the fact that they were eliminating a basement, that they were decreasing the total square footage from a little over 1 million to 536,000 square feet. Okay. Was seemingly an attractive situation in terms of a better situation than what is sitting out there and approved. They don't need to go through the approval process. It's a field change under any definition you have. However, there's enough questions that are raised here tonight that I feel as though that we need to do some more research. And now, what may happen, okay, just so you know, we could get a call tomorrow from the developer, and he may say, you know, that 536,000 square foot offer we put out there to make it smaller, it's gone. Folks, I'm just telling you what could happen. What could happen. And they have an approved plan. They have an approved plan. They can go back to it and begin it. Again, there's enough questions of substance that I think would be diligent to go back and to try to get as many answers from the questions that you raise. So from that standpoint, as long as you understand what could happen, but from my standpoint, I'd like to make a motion to table to inquire more answers. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 2-0.
Opposed?
I think we're in a position we could certainly ask them and recommend that they come, but they don't necessarily have to appear.
Normally applicants show up, right?
Right, okay. All right.
I forgot the court reporter's name. What's the court reporter's name?
What are we doing on this?
I want to ask if she needs a break. Excuse me. I apologize.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess. 9, huh? Yeah, yeah, right. Hard to believe it's 8:30 and we're going to 3C. And John Neild is going to give us some information here for
Okay, we are
Public
asking.
Works.
Yep. This is a grant application. We're asking the board for a resolution to approve the submission of the funding commitment letter and the grant application for a DCED MTF grant. This grant is for flashing warning signs at the trail crossings at Phoenixville Pike and at Backton Hill Road. They're very similar to 401, but not exactly as big. So,
Not as big?
not as big. They won't, most likely they won't have the mast arms over top, but it's all subject to, this is the beginning, going through to see if they'll even give us money. If we get money, then we have to go through the whole PennDOT approval process. We don't plan on having mast arms over the road. We just have them on the sides, but they could require mast arms too. So we're asking for $250,000. This grant has a 30% match, which is $75,000.
Is this a potential high number? That
That's a potential. That's the highest.
We're not.
Yeah, it's not going.
We're not
over
approving spending $250,000 on 4 street signs.
Right. These are, like I said, they're like the 401 signs where they'll be push buttons. They're not even push buttons. They're radar detect. People come up to it, they'll automatically go on. So we all drive these roads. We see the people.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's definitely a potential hazard there.
All right. I guess we'll see what the costs come in next. It just seems an exorbitant amount of money for 4 signs.
Yeah, we're all
even
signals,
with 30% off.
Right. All
discount.
signals are controlled by PennDOT no matter what road we're on. So we have to meet their standards. So
We're not getting them on Amazon, is what you're saying.
no, not even close.
hit my mic. So at this point in time, I guess we need to have a motion to approve the submission and the funding commitment letter for this DCED grant. If I can have a motion?
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the submission and funding commitment letter for DCED MTF grant application for the installation of flashing warning signs at the intersection of the Chester Valley Trail and Phoenixville Pike and of the Chester Valley Trail at Phoenixville Pike and Backton Hill Road. This grant has a 30% match. The estimated cost is $250,000.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
And passes.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 4. I will turn it over to Bernadette Kearney for 2 items underneath the public hearing. One would be for single-use plastic ban, and the second one is pertaining to conditional use applications submitted by Chester Valley Golf Club. Bernadette?
Yeah, I'm going to open this public hearing for the ordinance, proposed ordinance 381-2026, single-use retail plastic bags. I'm going to mark a series of exhibits. B1 will be the June 29th, 2026 email and letter to the Daily Local News with the legal notice and proposed ordinance. B2 will be the June 29th, 2026 email and letter to the Law Library with a copy of the attested proposed ordinance. B3, the proof of publication of June 30th, 2026. B4, the proposed ordinance. The ordinance is titled an ordinance amending the code of the Township of East Whiteland to establish Chapter 99, Health and Safety, and to establish regulations regarding single-use plastic bags, single-use paper bags, reusable bags, plastic utensils, expanded polystyrene food service products, establishing signage requirements therefore, and establishing penalties for violations thereof. I'm going to turn it over to Catherine Ricardo to give a brief explanation of the ordinance.
Thank you. And some of that Bernadette already alluded to in the reading of the exhibits, but this is an initiative that was started by the Environmental Advisory Council, and they sent along their unanimous recommendation for the board to consider this ordinance. It does target banning single-use plastics in a retail setting, and I specifically mention a retail setting because what is exempted from this is the use of plastic bags for charitable purposes. As I've shared before, the township does have the food pantry and some others out there that will continue to utilize plastic bags, and that will not be part of these regulations. So specifically covered are the single-use plastic bags, polystyrene or styrofoam, and plastic utensils as an automatic give. That'd be something people would need to ask for. Exempted out of this is straws are not included in this consideration, and it does have a rollout provision, so it'll go into effect January 2027 should the board decide to adopt the ordinance this evening.
And Catherine, I think you had reached out to a lot of businesses who would be affected by this, so this wouldn't be something surprising to them.
No, and that would be the next phase in the process. Actually, the Environmental Advisory Council is meeting tomorrow, and the main item on their agenda is to talk about the public engagement part of this, which includes a heavy education campaign with both retail establishments and the public in general. And again, that's a very important part of the educating people that this is coming.
If the board had any questions or anyone in the audience had any questions in reference to the ordinance, you can certainly come up.
I have none.
I have no questions.
So I have no question, but just one comment is that I know that this began last summer, and there was a lot of effort made by a lot of different people and a lot of inquiries with businesses, and it's been adjusted based upon a lot of the input that they received. So I appreciate a lot of effort over that period of time. So just a comment.
Right. Rita Van Rossum, 1011 West King Road. I just want to say I'm really glad you guys are doing this ordinance. I think it's great. It's nice that we're in line. There's so many townships around us that are already doing this, so it's nice that we're keeping up with the, townships around us. Anyway, thank you so much.
I have one more person that's going to speak from online.
Hi, it's Carla, and I guess I'm glad you're doing the plastic bag ban, yet I'm amused that you can approve this, but not say no to data centers. Do you see the irony? That's it. Thank you.
If there's no other questions or comments, I can ask the board for a motion to approve Ordinance 381-2026 for the single-use retail plastic ban. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, my apologies. I should have. We're going to close the hearing, and I will then ask for the motion to approve Ordinance 381-2026 single-use retail plastic ban.
Clinton, I'll give you the easy part. Would you like to make a motion for 4A?
I would love to make a motion for 4A, ordinance number 381-2026, single-use retail plastic bag ban, or plastic ban, excuse me.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And yes, Carla, it passes 3-0. Thank you.
The second hearing we have tonight is a conditional use hearing, and I'm going to open that public hearing. Hold on one second. And I do know George Brosman is counsel for the golf club, and
George, I must say that you're the most sharp-dressed man here tonight. You look pretty dapper.
George, I'm just going to read the notice. Notice is hereby given on July 8th at 6:30 PM at the East Whiteland Township Municipal Building. The Board of Supervisors shall hold a public hearing on and may take action to vote upon the conditional use application of Chester Valley Golf Club. The applicant is requesting conditional use approval pursuant to code sections 200-19, permitted uses for residential districts, and 200-10.f, recreational and sports lighting, to allow for 2 lighted pickleball courts accessory to the golf course / club use on UPI number 42-3-199, which has extensive frontage on Sweetsford Road and Church Road and is zoned R1. And I'm going to mark a series of exhibits which have been provided to Mr. Brosman. B1 will be the 5/18/2026 letter to the Township Planning Commission with application for conditional use approval and addendum. B2 will be the deed. B3, the proposed plans prepared by Site Engineering Concepts, LLC, dated May 11th, 2026. B4, Chester Valley Golf Club Pickleball Court Landscape Plan, Lighting Plan, and Lighting Detail Plan prepared by Site Engineering Concepts, LLC, and Landscape Architect Stewart and Associates, LLC, dated May 15th, 2026. B5, the application for erosion and sedimentation and grading control, dated May 7th, 2026. B6, the June 17th, 2026 email and letter and legal notice to the Daily Local News. Z7, the certificate of mailing and list of neighbors. B8, the affidavit of posting with posting photos. B9, the proof of publication. B10, the July 1st, 2026 memorandum to East Whiteland Township Board of Supervisors from Brittany Carosello on Planning Commission recommendation. And B11, the Gilmore and Associates, Inc. review letter dated July 7th, 2026. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Brosman, who is representing the applicant.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm here this evening with Joe Shasha. When he comes up, I'll have him spell that. He's the club general manager and chief operating officer, Patrick Spellman, the civil engineer, and Patrick Stewart, a registered landscape architect. I have a brief introduction, and then I'll hand out some exhibits, and I also sent them electronically to the township, and you may want to have them put up on the screen. But by way of introduction, I'm sure you're very familiar with the Chester Valley Golf Club. But since we're in a hearing and making a record, just some comments. The club has been here in East Whiteland Township for over about 100 years, since the 1920s. And over the years, the properties surrounding the club have become more intensely developed, but the club, by virtue of its golf course and other facilities, has essentially remained as a large open green space. It's got about 178 acres in total on various parcels on both sides of Sweetsford Road. After the club began, the township zoning ordinance was adopted. The club's land is now zoned R1 residential district. It allows a golf course, but of course the club and the golf course was here before the zoning. It's now permitted by conditional use. The R1 district allows many other uses, including housing developments and things like that. The pickleball courts that we're here about are also permitted under the ordinance as accessory sports courts. So you'll hear testimony from Joe, the club manager. The club is continuously taking steps to serve the needs of its members and to provide for its continued vitality. And this often involves improving the facilities at the club. And as noted, the club is proposing 2 dedicated pickleball courts with lights adjacent to a series of existing lighted tennis and paddleball courts. And you'll hear testimony that there's been a demand for pickleball courts at the club. And for about 3 years, some of the existing tennis court has been striped to accommodate both tennis and pickleball. But they really have demand and want to get some dedicated pickleball courts. And you'll hear testimony from the engineers that this location is further away from the edge of the property than the existing racket courts, and it's at a very much lower elevation, and they'll go into the details on that. So it's located pretty far away from the edges of the property, and with this lower elevation and these large distances, we believe that will mitigate any impacts from this. Before appearing at this hearing, the club did review the application with the Township Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission recommended approval. I have some hard copies of the exhibits. Would it be helpful to have those, or would you rather just see them on the screen? Or would you like both?
I'd like the hard
Okay.
Zach, you want to bring up some images too for when they get going? Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, George. Is there a mailing list in this list? There is not. Let me get the mailing list. You have it? I don't see that in my packet.
And I know for the record, I'm not going to have a witness go over it, but I put in as Exhibit A1 the last time the club came for a special exception. It was to add what they call the short course on the same parcel in question here. I just thought it would be helpful to have that as the last thing. It also had some findings along the lines that I mentioned in my opening, that the club has been here for a long time. With that introduction, I would like to have Joe Shasha come up and get sworn in, and he'll be our first witness. Is there a separate mic he should use, or should we just share?
Share.
Okay, we'll share. Joe, could you give your spelling?
Yes. So I'm Joe Shasha. Last name is S-C-I-A. S-C-I-A.
Very simple.
Very easy.
Joe, are you the general manager and chief operating officer of the Chester Valley Golf Club?
Yes.
And for the record, is Chester Valley Golf Club a private club?
Yes.
In our exhibit package, at Exhibit A2, is this an excerpt from the club website that just has some history of the golf club?
Yes.
And basically, it says that golf began here in 1929. Is that right?
Correct.
Turning to Exhibit A3, this is a Chester County GIS. It's called Chesco Views Tax Parcel Map. The parcel there in red, parcel 423199, is that the parcel that's in question here this evening?
Yes.
And if we could turn to Exhibit A4, please. Is this an aerial image that shows the Chester Valley Golf Club and the surrounding area?
Yes.
And what is Chester Valley Golf Club proposing to do with its property that's the subject of this application?
We are looking to add 2 lighted pickleball courts. In addition, what's next to it is lighted tennis courts and paddle courts, lighted as well.
And why is the golf club seeking to put in these dedicated pickleball courts?
Membership has been asking for it. Pickleball has been very popular, and so we're looking to enhance that experience for the membership.
And I mentioned in my opening remarks, has the club addressed the demand for pickleball previously by essentially instituting dual use of some of the tennis courts by adding this alternate striping for pickleball courts?
Yes, they've tried, but as what I've seen, it's not helpful. The demand for pickleball is still there, and it takes up tennis courts, and it takes up tennis play.
Approximately how long has there been some pickleball use of the tennis courts?
My understanding, 3 years.
And if the 2 dedicated pickleball courts that are proposed in this application are constructed, will they become the primary location for pickleball?
Yes.
Would the club like to keep the alternate striping in place, however, to allow for some flexibility?
Yes, we have 2 tennis courts that are striped. That gives us 4 pickleball courts. We don't need the 4, but it'll help out for helping out in tournaments and different things. But the 2 pickleball courts new would be our primary pickleball courts.
And can you talk about the anticipated use of the pickleball courts, particularly including the typical seasons of the year that pickleball would be expected to be played?
We will use them for open play, matches, and our youth camps. We have 40 kids a day in the summer, and they love pickleball, so we want to use it for them.
And what's the general time of the year that pickleball is played?
Spring in the summer and a little bit into fall.
And let's turn to the topic of lighting. You mentioned the adjoining racket courts area already has lighting, is that right?
Correct.
And how late are the lighted tennis and paddleball courts available for use?
Sunday through Thursday until 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday until 11 p.m.
And would the use of the lighted pickleball courts, would the club be willing to put that to 10 p.m. for all of the nights?
Yes.
Is the club planning on having the pickleball court lights on an automatic timer under the control of club management?
Yes.
Is the project expected to result in an increase in membership for the club or increase the need for parking or change traffic patterns?
No, this is for the current membership. No interest in more parking and no traffic pattern concerns.
Do other golf clubs in the region have racket sports facilities, including pickleball?
Yes, just a few, Waynesboro, Aronimink, Whitford, and I believe Overbrook.
A4, that's still up on the screen, is the area for the proposed pickleball courts pointed out with an arrow here?
Yes.
And could you describe generally that location?
So that location is further away from Church Road than the usual tennis courts and the paddle courts. It's actually tucked behind the paddle courts, probably about, and I'll let the engineers talk about it, but I think it's about 20 feet below the regular level, basically.
And as you can see on A4, it's in that corner of the property, the intersection of Swedesford Road and Church Road. There's already a pool complex there and other things associated with the club, is that right?
Correct.
And that's, of course, where the existing racket court area already is?
Correct.
We have some exact numbers on some of the properties, but as a general matter, and I think it's pretty obvious from A4, but for the record, are these courts located further away from Church Road, which is essentially the boundary line of this property, than the existing lighted tennis courts and paddleball courts?
Yes, it's further away.
The racket court area are across Church Road, as you can see from a relatively large Great Valley School District facility known as the Grade 5-6 Center. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the closest residential property to this part of the tract?
So diagonal from the pool area on Church Road, I believe it's a residential property, 51 Church Road.
And that is labeled there as 42-4-82. Is that right?
Yes, but it's also across that street, so it's diagonal.
Right. And that's also next to the period architecture offices, which are on the corner of Church and Swedesford across from the club's pool.
Yes.
Based on your experience, will the proposed pickleball courts cause any impacts to the adjoining properties or other properties in the general vicinity or the general public health, safety, or welfare that would not normally be associated with typical pickleball courts?
No, because it's farther and lower away than the usual tennis and paddle courts.
And as I said in the beginning, did the club review these plans with the East Whiteland Township Planning Commission?
Yes.
And did the Planning Commission recommend approval of the conditional use application?
Yes.
That's all I have for Joe at this time. As I mentioned, we will have the engineer testifying about some more of the details, and also the landscape architect will testify about lighting and landscaping.
Can I ask a quick question, because I'm writing really fast? How many tennis courts are there?
There are 5 total. The top 3 are normal tennis courts, the bottom 2 are Harcher courts.
Say the top 3 are?
Just normal tennis courts, just clay courts, and the bottom two are hard true. It's called hard true, just a different material court. HAR space TRU.
And then the paddleball?
How many courts? 4.
4. And then the lighting that's already there, is that also on a timer?
Yes.
Okay. So all the lighting, the existing and proposed, will all be on a timer to go off at 10?
Correct.
Got it. Thank you. That's all I have.
I just had one question I missed. The lighting that you have now, what time do the lights go off?
So Sunday through Thursday, 10 p.m., Friday, Saturday, 11 p.m.
Hello, I was looking at the mailing list. It seems it almost looks like a list of members. It's so extensive, but it seems you have captured the directly adjacent residents at 51, 43, and 53 Church Road, as well as 372 Sweetsford Road, which I'm happy to see. They're definitely going to be the most impacted by the noise of the pickleball. Did they have anything in response to your letters?
Not from what I heard.
I guess I'll run through some questions that may apply to the engineer or not, but you answered the questions about the timing. The complaints that I've heard exist are that the lights do not consistently go off at the times that you indicated. I'm happy to hear you say that you're going to get an automatic. In the event that the automated lights don't go off, who should the residents contact?
They can contact me.
Okay. All right. Other question I've got is, knowing that you guys are playing on surfaces that are probably different than the surface that would be specific to the pickleball, as of right now, there hasn't been really an issue of sound. However, and I give a big however, we've all heard the stories about pickleball and the sound. We were actually going to put a pickleball court potentially in one of our parks, and we backed away from it because we were concerned about the noise. What type of surface is the pickleball versus the paddleball or the tennis courts?
I don't
Do
have
you
the
know what the difference is?
I don't have
You
the definite
called
answer for
you.
you.
Called it the hard true.
Hard true was the special tennis court. I'm
Okay.
not sure the difference for pickleball court.
Okay. Try to be realistic and fair to everybody. Can I ask you this? If the surface is constructed and it turns out that the sound is considerably different than the current surfaces that you're using, and the sound becomes an issue, would you agree to accept the condition that if we have sound complaints, that we would have our sound consultant work with you guys to try to come up with a solution, and you would pay our consultants to rectify that?
I would say yes, and I do think the tennis courts are the same material as
Could be.
pickleball courts, but yes.
Okay, all right. I think that's reasonable. And the other question is, the membership you're saying is not typically going to be impacted by this, but as of right now, I know you've got a lot of different categories of membership. What's the total membership over there at this point in time?
We're total at 505, but 100 of those they're part-time members. They're weekday, they're junior memberships, they're just social memberships.
So
They don't have as
limited.
much access.
Okay, just limited, so 505.
That's a a total?
That's a total.
Maybe you could go over some of the categories?
Yeah, so our proprietary memberships are at 268, and that's full golf, full access to everything. 141 of those are family proprietary. The other difference, I believe, is one whatever that number is individual proprietary. About 88 of those members are also pool and rackets. So that's limited golf, full pool access, full racket access. And then about another 78 or 76 are young executive, where they have full access, but they have limited times to book access for golf. They're mainly golfers, I would say. And then the other difference is there's others who are just part-time members.
Okay. And at this point in time, have you had any parking issues on events occurring?
No.
No. The final question would be, and this is from a safety standpoint while I have you here, and I'll give you an example. We're trying to create at Backton Hill Park a connection with GVCO, and people are going to have to cross Backton Hill Road. And we are required by PennDOT to have striping and some signage for protection purposes. With your field that's used for overflow parking and the hill, a couple of hills coming in, would you consider having some type of striping or some type of speed enforcement to protect anyone who might be parking on that overflow area to like walking across over to the pool area?
Yes, we actually talked about it because we started putting, if you notice, you drive by, we put some stripes down in the existing walk paths.
Down at the original
because
parking.
it just needed to happen.
Yeah.
So we talked about down there as well.
Okay. Again, I think that makes sense, and I think that would be helpful. I think those were my points. Oh, one last one. We are also getting, and we're trying to mitigate light pollution here in the township. We're going to be changing our ordinance sometime here soon. And would you have any problems with agreeing not your current light, I think, is only going up 22 feet?
I don't have that answer
There
at
was
the moment. I don't have the
some
exact answer
unusual-
for you.
The testimony from Patrick Stewart is going to be that the proposed lights are going to be at 22 feet. He'll testify to that. I'm not sure if we know the exact height of the existing, although we believe they're similar.
Okay.
You'll also hear testimony that these courts are going to be about 20 feet lower, so the lights might not even be, the top of the poles might not even be visible because they're going to be 20 feet lower than Church Road, the surface of the pickleball courts.
Okay. So could we put a condition that light poles will not exceed 22 or the 22 feet existing?
Yeah, for the proposed, that
For the
will
proposed.
be, that
For
will
the
be,
proposed.
yeah, that will be the testimony, and I believe the club is prepared to build them in accordance with the plans.
Okay. Those are the items that I had questions on. Thank you for being flexible.
Could I ask maybe to elaborate on Scott's question about the sound? To the extent that there is any issue with sound, is not resulting from the surface of the court itself, but some other aspect of the court's operation, could that post-installation monitoring and any mitigation efforts be expanded beyond just the courts themselves potentially? I'm not sure if the sound, to the extent that there's sound issues, if it's generated by the surface of the court or the paddles or other activities. So I guess my question is, could that, what you've essentially said would be all right, acceptable, could that be expanded maybe more generically than just the surface?
I guess when you play it, just I guess the paddle, the ball, and just the ground of it basically. There is sound in general over there anyway with the pool and activities going on. I guess yes, but it just depends on what that looks like.
Yeah, we would expect that. I know Mr. Lambert was talking about the surface, but I think Joe hit it. You know, there's the surface, there's the paddle and the ball, and I guess the people make noise too. But I know the club agreed to work cooperatively and did with the township with the short course, and I think they have the same intention with regard to this. That's a two-way street. The club would is confident that the township will be reasonable in this too. You can't play pickleball silently, so it may be that people will hear things. They'll probably hear the cars on Church Road mostly, but we hope that the township will work as they always have, reasonably if any issues do come up. But we're also pretty confident you're going to hear the testimony about how low this is, that's going to naturally mitigate the sound from this.
Just a quick question. Looking at the lighting, I just wanted to confirm the LED lighting you're using is fully shielded and dark sky, I guess, compliant with like no uplight.
I'd like to have our
Patrick answer. Sure.
Patrick Stewart will talk about the lighting plan.
Perfect. Thank you.
And I apologize if there's no more questions. I didn't ask anyone in the audience if they wanted to have party status or come up and ask questions. Sure. Got it. We can wait till then. Okay.
Oh.
Somebody else? Oh.
Tom Curran, 51 Church Road, so the address that was mentioned. From a history perspective, the tennis courts with the lights at Chester Valley were installed somewhere 2004 or earlier. The paddle tennis courts with the lights were installed I don't know the exact date, but it's sometime between 2013 and 2017. From the facilities director of Chester Valley, the lights on the paddle tennis courts are not on a timer. We have reported a few times where the lights were on and players were playing after 11:30 at night. Facilities director took action and told the members that they need to turn them off. But I was glad to see the application that there will be timers to shut it off at the required time. But I think it's only reasonable that the existing paddle tennis lights be put on a timer so that the members cannot just decide to play later than the township time. I don't think that's a big ask. Maybe you answered the question before, but if you put in these dedicated pickle courts, will you stop playing pickle on the tennis courts?
We will still keep the outside. So those two pickleball courts will be your primary courts. We'll still keep the stripes for overflow, but I don't see it being overflow, but we'll keep them just in case.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason I ask is that I don't remember in the hearings or anything about the approval of the paddle courts and the original tennis courts, whether or not any discussion about putting pickle lines on the tennis courts. And I don't know whether that would even require approval. They were tennis courts originally, sometime I think after 2017, the club added lines for pickle. They may be allowable, they may not be. From the residence that's most close to the house, the pickleball sound is really annoying. Paddle is not a problem, tennis is not a problem. Pickle, the frequency of the pickle sound is annoying. The proposed location of the new courts is further away from our house, which is a good thing. Ideally, it would significantly reduce the amount of pickle played on the tennis courts, because that's annoying. That, and again, it would be nice as a neighbor if the existing paddle lights would be upgraded so that they would turn off at the required time and not rely on the members to flip a switch. Thank you.
And I think, George, you had said earlier that the existing and the proposed lights would all be on a timer, go off at 10. I think I wrote that down.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, got it. Just want to make sure I heard that right.
Yeah, just wait for.
I'm sorry.
So for the record, Bernadette, was it clear that nobody was becoming a party?
I apologize. I didn't catch your name. Mr. Curran, do you want to become a party? And what that is you clearly are located within a certain distance of the property. If you disagree with the decision that the board makes, you have the right to appeal to the next level, which is the Chester County Court of Common Pleas. This board doesn't require you to be a party to ask questions or make statements. But if you wanted that right to appeal to the next level, we would allow you to be a party because you're so close. So then we'll send you a copy of the decision. Okay.
And of course, we don't object, but I didn't know if we could make it clear if there was anybody else.
Anyway. I think this woman. Yep, come on up.
Hi, I'm Nancy Dunbar. I'm at 8 Addison Lane in Linden Hall Development, which you can't see because the map got bigger, but it's right along the bottom here. There we are.
I'm
Right
sorry,
there.
could you say your address again?
8 Addison Lane. And I'll probably have questions after the guy who's talking about lighting talks, but I would like to be a party.
Okay. Did you get notice of the hearing?
You guys mailed me something in the mail. Yeah. Of tonight, yes.
Mr. Brosman, any objection?
That's part of the townhome community that went in. It is an adjoining property, although it's very far from the pickleball courts, but I don't object since it's a townhome unit on an adjoining parcel of the 132.5 acre parcel that this pickleball court, 2 pickleball courts are on.
Okay. Anyone else? And then I think, Donna, you said someone on the...
All right, Carla, go ahead, please.
Hi, Carla Zambelli Mudry. Obviously, I don't want to be a party because I'm too far away, although I would love to get whatever the result of this email to me, if that's okay. I just want to put out the cautionary tale that in Easttown...
I want to object. This sounds like not a question.
Yeah, Carla, we're just doing questions.
Okay, downshielding and sound mitigating, because the farther away you go with pickleball, the louder the noise is. That's just the way it is.
I'm going to object. I don't think she's an expert in acoustics. And
I'm just a resident, you know me, George.
I remember you, Carla. I hope you're doing well.
I am. How are you? But that's it. It's just that. And is there anything in there to have the courts locked when they're not in use? Because they ran into that at the Upper Main Line Y, where people were just using the courts at night, and it wasn't so nice for the neighbors. And I don't think it was so nice for the Y either. That's it.
I don't think the club has a problem with that. They have pretty good security on their grounds.
Okay. That was it. See, I was harmless tonight, George. Relatively so. Bye.
If no one else, let's have the next witness come up.
Patrick Spellman, please.
Thank you for your time.
Don't go away.
He's got a pickleball match in 10 minutes, so he's got to go.
Move along.
I do.
Patrick, in the exhibit package, I believe it was at A6, is that a very brief summary of your professional background?
Correct.
And are you a licensed engineer in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
I am.
And I'd like to offer Patrick as an expert in civil engineering.
Does the board have any questions or objections? Any questions or objections? Seeing none, we'll accept them as such.
Thank you. Patrick, are you generally familiar with the Chester Valley Golf Club property and the surrounding area?
I am.
And were the site plans that accompanied the conditional use application prepared by your firm?
They were.
And if we could flip back to Exhibit A4, please, which was the aerial. Did you prepare that aerial?
I did. One more back. If you can go up 2 more pages. That's 4. There you go.
Joe went over the location, so I don't want to belabor this, but could you just go over the Chester Valley golf property for the record?
Right. So the property is several parcels on both sides of Swedesford Road. To the east, it is bounded by Church Road. To the north, Chester Valley Trail, Route 202, an open parcel. To the west is single-family homes, and to the south, it is bounded by single-family homes, multifamily homes, and some businesses along the Route 30 corridor. All totaled, all parcels together is about 175 acres. The parcel in question, the largest one, south of Swedesford Road, is 135 acres.
And drawing your attention, if we could go to A7, is that the plan set that your office prepared?
Correct.
And if we could go to sheet 2, is that an existing condition plan of the project area?
Correct.
And can you describe the existing conditions in the project area?
So the project area is what we'll call the racket courts area. It's where the existing tennis courts and paddleball courts are. They're adjacent to Church Road, several hundred yards south of the intersection with Swedesford Road. What you're looking at are 5 tennis courts split into 2 configurations. The lower 2 are what he was calling the hard true courts. And then we come up a fairly steep bank about 9-10 feet to the 3 tennis courts, the main tennis courts. And then to the south of those 3 tennis courts are the 4 paddleball courts.
And I think the plan erroneously noted the paddleball courts as tennis courts. Just for the record, those are the paddleball courts.
Yes, my mistake. Sorry.
If we could go to sheet 3, is this the proposed site plan in the project area?
Yes.
And would you describe what's proposed here?
Excuse me. So to the, what we'll call it, the southwest of the paddleball courts and the southeast of the existing True Heart courts is where we would put the pickleball courts. That's about a 60 by 60 pad that has the 2 courts on it and a connecting sidewalk. All totaled about 4,000 square feet of additional impervious.
And will any trees need to be removed as a result of this work?
No.
And to give an idea of the small scope and size of this project, did you do a comparison of the size of the pickleball court area as compared to the parcel of land in question, which I think you said was about 135 acres? I had it as 132.5. Did you do some calculations to show what percent of that parcel this pickleball area would represent?
Yeah, so the 4,000 square feet over the 132 to 135 acres, depending on, is about 7/10,000ths of a percent impervious coverage, to give you an idea.
So what was that number?
10,000ths of a percent. So
of 1%.
Of 1%.
Of the tract it's on.
Yes.
So extremely small.
.0007.
And do your plans show the estimated limit of disturbance associated with this project?
Yes, they do. They're it's the faded yellow dashed line thicker that's running around the outside of the construction area.
And what's the approximate size of that area?
So it's about 10,000 square feet of disturbed area. It's really, the extra there is the grading for drainage and stormwater control.
And what percent of the 132.5 acre tract does that represent if you include the full disturbance area?
Let's say 0.002 of 1%, 2 1,000ths.
Notwithstanding the very de minimis size of the project compared to the parcel on which it sits, do the plans still propose additional stormwater management to handle this work?
Yes, the 4,000 square feet of additional impervious requires stormwater management.
And I know you filed a grading permit application with the township with all the stormwater calculations, and that is being reviewed, but just generally for the purpose of this hearing, what's the general proposal for the stormwater management system?
Underneath the courts will be a stone and pipe system that will provide both infiltration and detention to meet the water quality, infiltration, and rate reduction requirements.
And will this be designed in accordance with applicable township code provisions for stormwater management?
Yes.
And can you confirm what I said was correct? You have submitted a grading permit application with the stormwater management calculations to the township?
Yes, we have.
And did we just receive on, I think it was Tuesday, a letter dated July 7, 2026 from the township engineering consultant that was made part of the township exhibits?
Correct.
And that letter has comments on the stormwater management system. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you believe that you will be able to satisfactorily address those comments?
Yes.
And that letter has other comments in it beyond stormwater. Do you believe you'll be able to address those with the township?
Yes.
And for the record, I spoke to Mr. Barner about some of the comments in the letter, and I think we felt that we could work together to address those. So we feel that we can do that. I'd like to turn to some additional details. We had some distances regarding Mr. Curran's property, and I believe also regarding the townhome community. If we could turn to Exhibit A5, please. Is this another aerial exhibit that you prepared?
Yes.
And is it similar to the A4 one, but it's somewhat more of a blow up in the area of question?
Yeah, zoomed in a bit more, a little clearer.
And in the bottom left, there's a table with distances. Could you go over that table and what you did and what your conclusions were?
Right. So we went, we figured out the distance from the nearest corner of the proposed pickleball court to the property, both 51 Church Road and then also to the Linden Hill Preservation Area, which is the first property to the south, and then 12 Addison Lane, which is the closest townhouse to the pickleball courts. And what you're seeing there is the lines from the corner coming from the northeast corner of the proposed pickleball courts going up to 51 Church Road. The distance from the pickleball court, the proposed pickleball court, to the property line is about 308 feet. As compared to, it's not on this exhibit, but as compared to the distance from the existing tennis court is 80 feet. And then the distance to the nearest corner of the house, to the nearest corner of the proposed pickleball court is 431 feet. That distance from existing tennis court to house was about 200 and something. I'm blanking on the exact number right now. And then we did the same thing going south down to the Linden Hill townhouses, and the distance to the closest townhouse is 1,146 feet from the nearest corner of the proposed pickleball courts.
Now, with regard to the distance between the proposed pickleball courts and the open space for the Linden Hill townhome community, and for that matter, the closest unit, could you comment on the nature of the topography between the pickleball courts and that community, and also some of the vegetation, and how that might impact topics like visuals and sound?
Right. So the pickleball courts are pretty much at the bottom of the valley. There's a stream going through there. So the landscape is kind of undulating uphill from the pickleball courts, pretty much in all directions, including to the townhouses. There is landscaping in between. There will be more landscaping proposed, especially along that side of the pickleball courts, what I'll say the townhouse side of the pickleball courts, the south side. And there's also a decent elevation change between the pickleball courts and Linden Hall, and I think it's about 80 feet difference in height. Can I get them can we go to the profile?
Sure. And when you say 80 feet, the pickleball courts are down much lower, correct?
Correct. The pickleball courts are lower.
And you wanted to go to A7, probably sheet 3?
Two. Yeah, three. Up one. A little higher.
Upper right
corner. So that shows the topography. That's based on LiDAR contours off of Chesco views, but the quality isn't that great on that. But anyway, where you see the little tree, that's where the proposed courts would go. To the left is 51 is Church Road, and then 51 Church Road, and then to the right is what the topography looks like going up to the townhouses.
So this is an illustration showing how it's kind of down in a valley.
Yes.
And with regard to the elevation change between the location for the proposed pickleball courts and the area of Church Road, across from this part of the parcel, what's the general elevation difference?
So the pickleball courts would be about 20 feet below Church Road, and then about 25 feet below the house at 51 Church Road.
In your professional opinion, will these fairly substantial distances and these substantial natural features, such as the grade being significantly lower than the surrounding properties and the existing and proposed vegetation, would that mitigate potential impacts off of the site for topics such as visual from the lights as well as sound?
Yes, it's basically tucked into what we'll call the hillside with with the paddle ball courts above it, and it would be fairly well screened from all directions.
And in your opinion, moving on to some general topics, in your professional opinion, would the proposed project, the way it's designed, and in the location proposed, injure or detract from the use of neighboring properties or from the character of the neighborhood?
No.
Are you generally familiar with the East Whiteland Township zoning ordinance provisions applicable to conditional use applications?
Yes.
And there's specific conditional use standards in the ordinance at 210F that deal with lighting for sports courts. We're going to address those with Patrick Stewart, who prepared the lighting plan. But there's some general standards that are referenced, including in 200, 115E and F. Without having you go into each of those in particular, are you generally familiar with those standards?
I am.
Is it fair to say that most of those relate to general public interest matters?
Correct.
And is it fair to say most of them, or many of them, may not even apply to the proposed pickleball courts?
Correct.
And without having you go through each of the general provisions individually, in your professional opinion, as to the ones that could theoretically apply to the pickleball courts, would this conditional use application and the plans be consistent with those general provisions?
Yes.
That's all I have for Patrick at this time. And as I mentioned, the other Patrick Stewart, is going to be talking about landscaping and more particulars about the lighting.
I have a follow-up to the sound question. I just did a quick measurement on Chesco views of a known pickleball court in the Westgate Village apartments, and I measured out, you said 300 feet to the property line of 51?
Correct.
Or is it 53? Tom?
51.
51, thank you. I know for a fact, standing on Stewart, which is a good 700 feet away, I could hear pickleball as clear as day, and the laughs and enjoyment that goes with it. So I think to say without a sound expert in front of us here that he's not going to really hear it too much at 300 at the 300 to 320 feet. I think he's going to hear very clearly from that distance. In my experience, with 2 established pickleball courts at Westgate Village Apartments, and having gone for walks around there in the evening.
Not a sound expert either, so we would have to
Understood.
defer that to a sound expert. I would say, from what I know about the West Town, is that the the coverage in the area is different. So I don't know what is between your pickleballs and the courts and where you're hearing it. And I think the elevation change here would have more of an effect necessarily than the distance. To have that kind of buffer, that kind of absorption.
It's more than a privet hedge.
I'm sorry, say that
it's
again.
more than a privet hedge, I can assure you that. And that is the barrier between the courts and the church road that's currently there.
Right.
If I'm not correct, please correct me there.
Yeah, I think there is a privet hedge that Patrick Stewart will talk about, but I think what Patrick Spellman was saying, it's really the more important thing is the big grade change. It's basically going up against the hill, which I think is different. And, I don't think there's anything in the ordinance. These pickleball courts are permitted use. I don't think we can say that no one will hear them. It's just that, are these conditions mitigating it? And we feel this design will help to do that. And the club will, as indicated, work with the township if issues do come up.
Do you put any fencing up or screening up between the courts or anything like that? Or are they all just open?
Joe would have to answer that.
Yeah, that Joe might know.
Are you talking about between both the new courts?
Yeah, would there be any between the new courts and the other courts? Or?
There'll be no screening between the two new courts, but there'll be a screening around from the other courts. So like the 2 courts will be next to each other, just like how we have tennis. There's no screening in between those tennis courts, so it'll just be next to each other.
Okay.
Just like you see tennis courts anywhere else, there's no screening.
Yeah.
They'll just be next to each other.
Okay.
Bernadette, are you thinking there's a need for a sound wall on 202, that scenario?
Yeah, if you were somehow able to put some type of baffling or screening up, obviously we'd have to have the sound person. There would be room to do that?
There are, fences, you should say, on the hard-shoe courts. So that's not around new pickleball courts, but they are connecting controlling the hard true courts, and the paddle courts also have the big screening as well. So they're not, say the pickleball courts aren't contained right there. There is barrier around it.
But probably not a sound barrier, a fence. to
Yeah,
con-
but there would
control
be
the balls.
room to put something in
I'm guessing there would be room to put something in.
if we needed it.
If you needed
Yeah.
it. That might be extreme, but, you
I'm
know.
just trying to,
But I think there would be room. You know, the other thing I'd point out, you know, Church Road is a local distributor road. It's pretty busy. I'm not a witness, but I went over there and parked in the period architecture lot in the grade 5-6. You know, I could hear mostly the cars on the road more than anything. I heard children at the pool. I could hear lightly the balls of paddle ball and tennis, but whenever a car went by, I couldn't hear it. I only heard the car. So, you know, I don't think the club can say no one will hear anything. You know, they have a property, 132.5 acres. It's bounded by all the streets, but they can continue to be a good neighbor and try to work with reasonable concerns. You know, they don't want to make anybody's experience poor. Patrick Stewart, are we ready for him?
Peter, do you have any questions off? I wanted to ask Peter anything about the landscaping? Any thoughts? Look good
I have
to
no
you?
questions on landscaping.
Okay.
No questions.
Bob?
Bob Logan, Bass Cove in Malvern. Also a member here at Chester Valley. I'm gonna have to walk over here. This area here is where the first hole of the golf course is. This blue water.
I'm not sure they could see where you were pointing because the screen goes the other way.
The bottom of the screen is the first hole. That little blue chunk of water right where the arrow is, that's the creek. That's where I always put my second shot on number one into the creek. But my point is, when you're playing, there's people playing tennis and stuff like that. We know, and we were a lot closer as golfers to those courts than anybody else would be. When we're playing, you know they're there, but it's not, I don't know if you even hear the ball. You hear, you know, there's people talking and playing, but there's I wouldn't just say there's any noise created by people playing sports. And on the first hole, you're much closer than anybody else would be. That's all.
Should I go to my next witness? Patrick? Patrick, at Exhibit A8 in the package, is that a summary of your professional background?
Yes.
And are you a registered landscape architect in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
Yes, I am.
And could you explain a little bit about your experience and particularly your involvement with landscape and lighting plans?
Sure. We routinely prepare lighting and landscaping plans for township approvals in various municipalities in southeastern Pennsylvania. And we've worked on a lot of country clubs, golf courses, sporting facilities like this one.
I would like to offer Patrick Stewart as an expert in landscape architecture.
Does the board have any questions or comments? Seeing none?
None.
Patrick, are you generally familiar with the Chester Valley Golf Club property and the surrounding area?
I am.
And in the package, we had landscape and lighting plans at Exhibit A9. Are those the landscape and lighting plans that your office prepared?
Yes, that's correct.
let's go to the, let's talk about landscaping. Before I have you go to the, what's proposed, can you confirm that no trees should need to be removed in connection with this project?
That's correct.
And could you describe the existing vegetation in this area of the property?
Sure. Could we go back to the aerial exhibit? Is it Yeah, that'll work. Is this A6?
We have A5, which is the close-up, and A4, which is the larger view.
Okay, I think this is A5. So on exhibit A5, thank you for zooming in, where you see swimming pool to the north of the paddle courts. To the south of the courts, there's a large stand of existing vegetation that's going to remain. There's conifers in there. There's some deciduous trees in there. And then to the left of that, where the courts are being proposed, we are going to propose a new landscape buffer in there to supplement what's going to remain.
And if we turn to, I think, sheet 1 of 3 of Exhibit A9, could you go over what's proposed for additional plantings?
Sure. We prepared a buffer plan that would consist of 51 new plantings. Of those plantings, we'll have 14 new evergreen trees. We're using species that deer don't like Norway spruce, cryptomeria, green giant arborvitae. And we're also going to have 37 shrubs surrounding the evergreen trees to give some seasonal interest, some color. We're using plants that have berries and things to give a little winter interest here to the property.
And you mentioned there was a pretty large stand of trees already. They're primarily to the right of that area.
That's correct.
Turning to sheet 2 of 3, 2 of 3 and 3 of 3, is this the lighting plan for the pickleball courts?
That's correct.
And can you describe what's proposed for the lighting of these courts?
Sure. On the lighting plan is consisting of 4 new proposed lights that will be on the 4 corners of the proposed courts. They are full cutoff fixtures, which means there's no light that goes above the fixture. So that helps with lighting pollution. And they're going to be mounted at 22 feet. They'll be direct burial poles. And they are designed in accordance with the American Engineering Society of North America standards, which is referenced in your ordinance. There's specific criteria for pickleball courts and paddle courts in general. For this type of use, they're recommending 30 foot candles and a maximum to minimum ratio of 2 or less. And we're at 1.8 and we're at like 32 foot candles. So we're rating that criteria, and the fixture heights are recommended between 20 and 26 for this use. And we're going to be at 22 feet, as we talked about earlier.
Thank you. And we're going to go through some of the specific standards in the ordinance that the township has for lighting of sports courts. But before we do that, does this lighting plan include the anticipated foot candle levels from these lights?
It does.
And for the record, or maybe for those who don't know, can you generally say what, not in technical terms, but in lay people, what is a foot candle measuring? And can you explain what the plan achieves in terms of foot candles associated with these new lights?
Sure. A foot candle is a measurement of light at the ground plane, how much illuminance is being provided by the lighting fixtures. So we use that foot candles to look at averages, uniformity ratios, and that goes back to the Illuminating Engineering Society standards. I think that was it.
And what, do you have the foot candle numbers, and what were you able to achieve? I understand that you got it to 0 foot candles, well within the property boundaries, which actually is a better performance than the ordinance requires.
Sure. Yeah, so you won't be able to see it on this exhibit because of the quality, but the foot candles, as you get away from the courts, obviously go down as you get further away from the lights. And we're at 0 foot candles anywhere from 75 to 60 to 75 feet away from the courts.
And that applies at the boundaries of the properties, including along Church Road, which is the closest boundary.
That's correct.
There's a code section 200-10F that permits outdoor illumination for recreational and sports court lighting by conditional use. There's some specific criteria. For the record, I would like to go through those with you. Code section 210F in the preamble states that outdoor illumination fixtures shall not exceed 35 feet in height above the finished grade. Obviously, the plans not only comply with that requirement, but you're actually proposing at 22 feet, much lower than what is permitted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There's a code section 210F1 that states the proposed lighting represent an appropriate application of fixture mounting heights, wattage, aiming angle, and fixture placement. I think you already testified regarding that you used the standards that were applicable to pickleball courts, but in your professional opinion, does the proposed lighting plan for the proposed pickleball courts represent an appropriate application of fixture mounting heights, wattage, aiming angle, and fixture placement?
Yes, and on the next sheet is the lighting details in our plan set here. There's a cut sheet at the bottom of the page that shows the proposed fixture that's being recommended for this project. And as you can see, the way it's designed, the housing of the fixture controls all the lighting, so all the lighting goes down. So there's 0% of lighting going up above the fixture, and that's important when we're talking about light pollution.
And that takes me to the next provision. Code section 210F2 states that glare should be controlled, and it mentions means to do that, including through the use of cutoff fixtures. It also mentions shield and baffles. Is glare controlled by these plans, in your opinion?
Yes, the fact that the fixture is a full cutoff fixture controls all the lighting aiming down. So that is meeting the intent of the ordinance.
And with the fact that you achieved the 0 foot candle levels well before the closest property line also be an indication that glare is controlled?
Yes, that's correct.
There's a code section 210F3 that states the proposed lighting should not represent a hazard to drivers or pedestrians by impairing their ability to safely traverse streets, driveways, sidewalks, pathways, and trails. And again, that glare should be controlled. In your opinion, do the proposed lighting plans satisfy this requirement?
They do, and as I stated, they're full cutoff, and as Mr. Spellman stated, the elevation of this court is so much lower than the existing court surrounding it that these fixtures will be at a much lower elevation than the roadway or any pedestrians going along the roadway.
Code section 210F4 states that the proposed lighting should not project output skyward. I think you already went over this, but for the record, do the proposed lighting plans comply with this requirement?
Yes, they do.
And code section 210F5 states that the lights should not be used after 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursdays and 11 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays, Per the testimony of Joe Shasha, the club is willing to provide a greater restriction than required by having the proposed lights not used after 10 p.m. on any weekday. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And just for the record, we touch on this foot candles, but in 210C, there's a general provision that talks again about glare, and it actually references specific foot candle measurements. It says that the glare or reflection from a street or residence adjacent to the property shall not be greater than 0.1 foot candle at the property line, except where the adjacent property is non-residential, in which case it should be 0.2 foot candle. As you indicated, however, the plan performs better than the ordinance requirement. in that there's 0-foot candles at these property lines regardless of the adjoining use. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you already testified there were some general requirements about meeting in section 210 B about average illumination values, meeting applicable standards for the type of use. You already testified that the plans have been designed in accordance with those requirements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's all I have for Patrick at this time.
I have no questions about lighting.
That's all of our witnesses. Oh,
Nice.
I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Nancy Dunbar. So here are my questions, and I really appreciate Chester Valley Golf Course. My mom was a member, fond feelings about it. The current lighting with the current tennis courts and paddleball, they come right in my bedroom window at 8 Addison Lane. The bedrooms are on the back side, the Chester Valley Golf Course side. I love the design of the lights that you're proposing for the pickleball courts. Are you guys open to doing anything about the lights that aren't shielded for the other courts? That's one of my questions. Another question that I had is, it's not clear to me what the noise mitigating things you guys are going to do. I'm not an acoustic engineer, and there's not one here tonight, but I think most people know that when there's a bowl, the sound travels upwards, and out. So if it's kind of down in the bottom of the valley, I imagine that it will travel. I know that there are, you can do like dense vegetation that will absorb sound, or there are sound blankets, I think, that you can hang from the fences, but I don't know if you've considered or have in mind any of those noise mitigating things that would, make it more comfortable for the residents at Linden Hall, as well as for Mr. Curran and the people that are on Church Road. So I hope that you'll, talk about that a little bit if you can. Mr. Shasha. So will you give Mr. Curran and me your phone number so that we can call when the lights don't go out? Thank you.
So to answer about the lights for the other courts, I think it's possible. We just have to talk to the board about how that happens. It just can't happen overnight, but we're open to it, of course.
Yeah, and I guess he'll talk to the board, his board, but it might be necessary to go visit that, to see that, to understand it. I'm sure Ms. Dunbar would work with the club to allow that if that needed to be done.
Those light fixtures currently, they're also at the 22 feet? Joe? I would assume.
We think so, but those are one of the answers we didn't actually have at the moment.
Okay. I mean, if you said like it's 30 feet, then I'd say maybe lowering it down to 22.
Oh, yeah, I don't think they're 30 feet.
Might help mitigate the issue. But if you're at 22 and Barbara's getting lights, then maybe the shield might be the way to go.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so I guess looking at that, I'm trying to come up with something that makes sense and appreciate it.
I had a question for Mr. Stewart. Regarding the buffer that you have planned, I believe that's on the south.
Correct.
I'm correct, the south side. Is there anything planned on the east side by Church Road going towards the 5-6 Center or where that, like,
N-
it's,
No, if you've driven by, I'm sure there's a privet hedge that's
Yeah.
approximately 12 to 15 feet tall there. And then it doesn't really show well on this, but on the aerial, you can see to the south of the paddle courts that are in the center of the screen there with the little hut in between, there's a mature stand of conifers and some shade trees
you
in there.
pointed out before?
Yeah.
First, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Okay, that's perfect, thank you.
Tony Giannino, Malvern Hunt. I just had a question about the signage for this. It was something that we dealt with, obviously, in the past with what we're dealing with Green Fig. The signage for the salvo has to be something every 200 feet for notice for the community. Is that correct?
So the notice requirements is more limited than that. It's folks who live across the street or directly adjacent, but the mailing that we provided was 500 feet to everyone within 500 feet of the entire tract boundary property boundary for this parcel.
Gotcha. And I guess for public viewing purposes, there was the 2 signs that were put up on the corner of Church and Sweetsford, and then at the entrance to the country club. But it said that there was significant, frontage on both Church and Sweetsford. There was no signage on Church at all, and there was nothing past the golf course, like down towards, I guess, where 202 would cross over, like where the driving range is. There was only the 2 signs. So I thought there would just be more signage. I mean, I know that was something that we dealt with in the past, that we didn't really feel like there was enough signage for notice for the community. And noticing that there was just the 2 signs, really small, in a construction zone, it's not something that was really, I think, like I saw it because I was driving my son back and forth to school there. But other than that, I didn't even know this was happening, to be honest with you.
Sure. So the postings were done in the area, I would say most immediate to the project.
Sure.
There was also a sign put at the end of Golf View, I believe, so on the western end of the track, just to notify some of those residents, in part because they had received notice of the prior short course application. So we wanted to try to be as consistent as we could.
Sure.
The materials were available online. There was a Board of Supervisors agenda item last month advising of the hearing.
I was here for that one. I just did, in terms of just the signage, that was something that
Sure,
I was just concerned about that, because I was here at the supervisor meeting, and I'm following things very regularly, but folks who are not, I just assumed that it would be regular and standard throughout, and I didn't see anything on Church Road across from the 5th, 6th Center. I know that the hedges there. Sorry, I know that the hedges are there, so there was really no, from just the plan, nothing needed to be or going to be changed, but it's right behind that area, and there was no signage to indicate that was occurring there. And then I was surprised to see that past the entrance to the golf course, there was nothing indicating down there, and I know there's homes down that direction as well.
Right. So again, the signage was limited to the area closest, but we did provide a wider notice by mail.
So I guess in the future, it is 500 feet separating per signage, or is it 200? I thought it was every 200 feet, right?
So the signage, I believe the way, and I don't want
No,
to
please.
try to quote the section directly, but I think what it says is where there's a larger tract, do not put them closer than 200 feet to one another. I think the idea is when you've got a large tract, don't just put 2 right next to each other, which I think is what you're referring to. I believe they were at least that far apart, did not measure it. But
Sure.
that's the code section. It just says, don't put them right next to each other, when in reality there's stuff going on down here as well. I believe is the intent.
Yeah, and that makes sense. But then I guess why was there only the 2 signs? Was there not more of the Church Road, Sweetsford Road that would have been affected by this? I know you said you sent out the mailers and it was on the website, but to have that signage there, just for consistency, that's what we want everywhere for citizens to be notified of things.
Sure.
So I guess maybe trying to find out exactly what is in the solido to know, where we should put those in the future for future plans. Because I know that was something of a contentious for the data center ordinance as well.
Sure. Yeah, what I can say is I think it's consistent with the ordinance requirements in zoning, to the extent that those could be improved going forward. Certainly that's something we can look at. But I would say we're consistent with what was prescribed in the ordinance.
And then the reason it was not past the entrance of the golf course was because of, I guess, what was the reason there was nothing further down the road on Sweetsford? Was it because it was too far from where the pickleball courts are being constructed? I guess, where does that, along Sweetsford there, like going down, I guess, towards Plainview, like over 202, like that driving range that's there. There was no signage along the road there. There's only the two small signs, one at that corner where they've been doing construction.
Tony, this is, Tony, I'm gonna have to interrupt you. This
Sure.
is a conditional use hearing.
Yeah.
It's not a
I was just asking
Q&A
questions.
session about
Gotcha.
zoning and saldo. We have to get through the applicant to get to the next thing, to get to the next thing.
No problem. I'll be
You
here.
could look
all
all this
night for
stuff
it.
online. You could call Zach any day of the week.
Sure.
Please let us continue.
All right. I'll come back up for comments in a bit. Thanks.
If there were no more questions, I think we've gone through our case. I would ask that our exhibits be entered into the record.
Any issues?
I have no issues with that.
Okay.
Bernadette, could you just possibly read back the conditions that we talked about?
It's gonna take me a minute because
If you can,
but I believe some of the
just to
conditions,
confirm.
yeah, were the lighting, the proposed and existing lighting will go off at 10 a.m. via a timer.
10 p.m.
Oh my God, 10 p.m. I'm sorry. Via a timer. And I just wrote this down. I know I have to massage this a little. The applicant will work with the township and the township sound consultant if there are noise complaints in reference to the pickleball courts to come up with a solution. And the applicant would pay for the township sound consultant. And I recognize I may have to massage that a little. The striping and the speed enforcement, I may need a little help from Zach on that, will be installed located near the overflow parking.
Yeah, at the corner of Church and Sweetsford Road,
Church and Suites.
in the grass parking lot area.
Grass parking lot. The next one I have is the light fixtures. The proposed light fixtures shall be no taller than 22 feet. And that the applicant will cooperate with the township and Ms. Dunbar in reference to looking into the existing lighting and cutoffs for those existing lightings. I think I have that right.
In the tennis and paddleball courts.
The existing lighting, yeah. And then we do the standard ones that the applicant shall proceed in substantial conformance with the testimony and exhibits presented. And the applicant shall proceed in accordance with all statutes, laws, regulations, rules, codes, and ordinances of the United States, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, East Whiteland Township, and any other municipal entity having jurisdiction over these matters. I think, and I am just checking on the last conditions that you had mentioned before, George. Oh, the substantial compliance with the Gilmore review letter to the satisfaction of the township. Yes.
Yes. You're gonna have to. Krista, please speak in the mic.
Okay. The crossing of Swedesford Road, it should be how you worded it, and then subject to the approval of PennDOT.
One of our outside agencies that we've been talking about, yes.
Can I also just suggest that the representations relative to the timing and automatic shutoffs be added as specific conditions of approval, not just reliance on the testimony?
The timing, and I'm sorry, but
I believe the applicant testified that they were willing to limit the hours of operation to cut off at 10 p.m. each day of the week and
10
to
p.m.
install automatic shutoffs, timers essentially, for all of the lights associated with the racket court area, proposed and existing. If I'm wrong about that,
all
please
the
correct
courts. Yeah, for all courts. Yep.
It sounds like you mentioned some may need massaging. It might be advisable if we could work on those. Hearing the ones, the only one that really gives me pause, subject to the the comment that we would like to the opportunity to work on mutually acceptable language. The one that's giving me a little pause is the striping and speed on the road. I understand the request, but I feel it might just go down into a big rabbit hole that the club may not be prepared to get into for this relatively small project. I think they could work in good faith to look into it, something like that, but I'd like to avoid that being a condition. I'm also concerned with what the township engineer said about what PennDOT might require. So if we could work in cooperation toward that, that might be.
Well, George, what we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure that you have 505 members and none of them get detracted. I hate to see you end up being only down to 504 because somebody crossed the road the wrong place without striping. So it's certainly advantageous for your membership.
I mean,
to
if
have
it's
that
all
protection.
it is striping and whoever has jurisdiction over the road
Yeah.
allows it, I don't see it being a problem. But I've seen these things grow out of control with other requirements, modifications to the road and signals and
Right.
just could grow into something out of control.
I mean,
The pickleball courts aren't really connected to this. This is
I
an
know
existing
but
condition.
Again, that's why I brought up. I said it's not really part and parcel.
Understood.
But the only thing that I was pondering that it would kind of look like what you've got on the main parking area in crossing Sweetsford, just something simple like that. Although, yes, when PennDOT's involved, nothing is simple.
I know flashing lights are a big problem. I shouldn't say a big problem. You need a permit for them, and they are costly.
Yeah. I don't know how the best way to handle it.
My suggestion is, consultation and cooperation with the township. You will look into this. And I understand that PennDOT may not want certain things, but if we could do even something simple that addresses the concern.
Yeah, and your point is well taken. Nobody wants anybody to have a problem crossing the road. But I think if it was worded something like that, that could be workable.
That's reasonable. It's fair.
I would just ask maybe Tom if he had any further comments, as you're the most directly affected by this.
I guess my only, I have to be a little smarter about sound propagation. I understand and listen to the difference in the height of where the courts are going to be and compared to where the club is playing on the tennis courts now. I thought the courts were going to be a little further away than, would you say, 308 feet from 308 feet from our property. So I was just estimating, and I think Zach was looking at the same thing. We thought it was something between 400 and 500 feet. What I have to figure out is what does this mean for what we have to listen to continuously. I understand, Bob, you hear it when you're driving your ball into the water, but you're only doing that a couple times a day. Yeah. it's a little different than having it going on all the time. So I guess for me, it would be good to understand what the sound propagation looks like. I also guess would have a general question whether or not it's allowable for the club just to have added pickleball on the existing tennis courts. Is that, can anybody just do that?
Zach and
Zach,
I
do you have
kind
an
of
answer there?
talked about that today, and it would appear as though that they were allowed to do that, what they did with the striping.
Yeah, I haven't looked at that too deeply. I mean, I think what Mr. Brosman had explained is that it's an accessory use. I believe the reason they're here this evening is to construct something as opposed to restripe something else. I don't think that I would want to put on someone else's zoning officer hat and make an interpretation on that here this evening, but I certainly understand the question. Yeah, I don't know that I would have an official interpretation. I'm actually not empowered to do that.
Okay. All right, that's it. Thank you.
My take on that would be it wasn't any construction. It was just striping an existing area. And as was mentioned, the ordinance does allow accessory sports courts. But like I said, if this gets approved, the primary place will be in a different place. So hopefully it becomes a moot issue.
Yeah, at this point, we could close the hearing. The Board of Supervisors does have 45 days to render a decision. I just looked because I counted it, because we are not having our meeting on the regular August. Yeah, we're not having our meeting on the regular August date, but it is 42 days, so I did check that. So you can, normally what we do is you can make the decision tonight, or you can make it at that next meeting, but we will normally have the written decision with the proposed conditions ready by then, and I will type them up and run them by council to make sure that I have correctly reflected the conditions.
Personally, I'm not ready to make a decision.
You are not?
No.
Okay.
It's fine, we can target August
I'm looking for the exact, I just counted.
19th.
August 19th, George, we will have the written decision. Or we'll make the decision, likely have the written decision as well. Thank you. Yes, if I didn't, we closed the hearing. I think I did.
Yeah, I think you did.
I'm tired.
And we're finally off page 1. Next. Zach, you're lead us into the planning and development.
Yes, sir. So these next two items, these are simply a referral of 2 ordinance amendments to the Township and County Planning Commissions, and consideration to authorize a hearing to ultimately be held on September 9th, which is the September Board of Supervisors meeting. The first here, more of a staff initiative. This is an amendment to our subdivision land development ordinance to require environmental remediation prior to or to prove environmental remediation as part of land development applications. This is the proposal that was suggested by the Bishop Tube Clean and Green Coalition. I know there's a group of people, I don't want to sell anybody short, but it's a group of organizations that suggested this. So we're in the process of drafting that, making it match our own ordinances instead of Euclid's ordinances, which is where this was generated. This will be on the Planning Commission agenda likely in August, because they're looking to have a very large agenda in July. but that would still put it in a position to be acted upon in September.
Great.
So it would just be a motion to refer that ordinance to the Planning Commission and to authorize a hearing on September 9th. Peter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to refer to the Township and the County Planning Commission and consider authorizing advertisement for hearing on September 9th, 2026, an amendment to the subdivision and land development ordinance to require environmental remediation prior to approval.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye. Passes 3-0. You're done. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I apologize for the wait.
Oh,
It's actually no.
It's the Wi-Fi mouth
okay. Now I got
logo.
it. Okay. When do you propose that a draft of this ordinance is going to be available?
Yeah, so we'll have it prepared in advance of the Planning Commission agenda. It's fairly simple, as you know. It's more a matter of making it match some of our terminology more than
Exactly.
anything.
Mhm.
Putting it in the right code sections. So certainly before the August Planning Commission, but before that, I say that only as a backstop.
Well, will it be posted on the website?
Yes.
Okay.
So just to clarify, it'll be before that. So the NPC requires that those ordinances be prepared and transmitted 30 days in advance of a hearing. So we'll be
Okay.
providing it sometime in August.
Okay. And what exactly do you mean by the word approval? Because there's a pre-approval and there's an approval, and there is a tendency for the builders in this area, I guess the ones that I don't like, to come in here and try and blackmail and bully this township and threaten with lawsuits, not just individuals, because I'm among those who have been threatened with slap suits, but also I've seen them do it to you. I've seen him come up here and say, well, basically, if you don't let me have this, I'm going to put in an Amazon warehouse on your property. See how you like that? I think the more you let people in the door to show you plans, the more they say later, well, you told me it was going to be okay if I did this and that. Like they presume that you're going to approve it. So they have ammunition. And you're smiling at me, Scott, so you know exactly what I mean. They have ammunition to come after you later. So I think you need to be very clear about that approval should be before they put anything on these screens for the public to look at. That property has to be cleaned up. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Okay, next item is a same action, but for an amendment to the zoning map for 164 Conestoga Road to rezone the property from OS Open Space to PO Professional Office District. I believe the applicant's counsel is here to present briefly, I hope. And I have materials ready to display if need be.
Good evening, Eric Stocks from Buffalo Bryan. I'm representing Holdings tonight. How about now? We good? All right. Again, I'm Ari Christakis from Buckley Bryan, representing Rubino Holdings. The parcel in question, if Zach wants to bring it up, I have a couple of Chesco Views handouts. This is the easiest one that you're going to deal with tonight. This is a single parcel, 1.89 acres. It's right out here on Conestoga Road, just basically east of the billboard on the township parcel on the north side of Conestoga Road, so between 202 and Conestoga Road. You can see here on the plan the billboard you can see there to the left, that's that triangular structure, just for reference. So we're talking about this parallelogram parcel that abuts the Chester Valley Trail crossing there at the bottom of the parcel. With me tonight are Jeff Rubino and Joe Rubino. They've assured me that they won't say anything to make this move faster, but if I say anything out of turn, they will come up and correct me. The parcel itself actually dates back to the Knickerbocker tract on the other side of 202. It's part of the original tract that was originally donated to the township by the Rubino family that the billboard parcel's on now. And at some point in the past, the township rezoned that portion of the ground to professional office, but left this particular piece as open space, which is similar to the rest of the Chester Valley Trail parcel to the rear. Based on that decision, we're really at the intersection between two districts, and it's a matter of judgment which one it should go into. Presently, part of the parcel is in the professional office district, we believe, based on sort of the inartful mapping in the GIS system. We would propose to simply make the rest of the parcel professional office. So to remove the open space zoning on that parcel, replace it with what is already there on part of the parcel, the professional office zoning. With that in mind, the owner would pursue some sort of year-round use that's permitted under the zoning ordinance, or pursue relief as might be necessary. But also the owner is interested in pursuing trail-related uses. Your township manager and I spend a lot of time at the TMAC board meetings hearing about trail-related uses. This is an owner who's interested in pursuing one. We understand that involves a lot of other secondary planning questions, right? Seasonality, what do those uses look like, parking, et cetera. What we're saying is we're interested in engaging in that dialogue and having the wider range of uses that are available in the PO district versus the open space enables that to go forward. That's a critical piece of it because it allows us to derive some economic benefit year-round from the parcel. So, so that is the 30,000-foot view of what we're proposing. Again, historically, it's just a matter of judgment which of the districts this ought to belong in, and we think there's a lot of good reason to go in that direction.
Can I just clarify from the planning subcommittee a month or so ago, there were two concepts, ideas of usage on the PO side. Any changes, any additions that might have occurred from that point? One was going to be for landscaping, storage with a nice buffer. The second was something that would be related to the trail usage, either beverage or food court.
All of those are still on the table, so yes. And I would say that it's not necessarily either or, it may be and. So to the extent that the parcel could accommodate a year-round use like a landscape yard or a small office, we would pursue that. And to the extent that we might be able to implement some of these other trail-related uses, again, after an extensive planning process with the township, we'd be open to that as well.
Okay, you just added, you're actually thinking of an office?
So the office would be related to the commercial use. So to the extent that your ordinance permits an office use there, it would be related to that landscaping use. It would be a place to put their OSHA posters, et cetera, those sorts of things.
Got it. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to refer to the township and county planning commissions and consider authorizing and to authorize advertisement for a hearing on September 9th, 2026 for the amendment to the zoning map for 164 Conestoga Road to rezone the property from the open space to the professional office district.
Second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you for your time. I know it's been a long night.
Passes 3-0. Catherine, any zoning and code enforcement
Nothing
penalties?
for this month. No.
How many lawns did you cut last week?
I'm still working on getting my lawnmower.
John, what's wrong with her lawnmower? All right, moving on to public comments for items not previously discussed. Ladies first, Deb. Sorry, Bob.
Okay. All right, thank you. I continue to be concerned about last month's meeting and the comments that were made by the lawyer from Constitution Drive Partners. I could tell from the expressions on some of your faces that you were surprised as well. To review, the lawyer was given time to speak. The agenda indicated it was to update us on the consent decree and Bishop Tube. First of all, he stated he couldn't really tell us yet or update us on much. So why was he even given time and this platform to speak? Second, the one thing he did tell us was that Constitutional Drive Partners was not going to honor the written agreement and conditions they agreed to in order to secure a pre-approval for their building plans. I would like to remind this committee that these conditions were also submitted in a court of law and were approved by a judge when the preliminary approval was challenged in court. The CDP lawyer was also deceitful when he said that the plan, it was the state who was invalidating the earlier agreement. This was a consent decree, which included the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection's Constitution Drive Partners and 2 other additional responsible parties. It was not a state-dictated decree, but a consent decree which was negotiated over a lengthy period of time. Saying that it was the state's decision is a lie. The supervisors assured us that these conditions, conditions agreed to and the preliminary plan approval would protect us. I hope you now see that CDP has no intention of honoring their commitment and their agreement. This Board of Supervisors and this legal counsel need to get your ducks in order. Thank you.
Bob?
Promise not to tell you to get your ducks in order. My name is Bob Logan, Bass Cove, Malvern. I was up here earlier. The highlight of this is at some point in time in the last bunch of months, I heard Scott express an interest in maybe trying to build a East Whiteland Main Street. And that's an undefined term. But what I'm basically saying, if that's something that you're trying to work on, I'll be glad to help you out on that. The rest of this is sort of background. Up and down the main line, most of the towns or combinations of towns have business and professional associations. There's currently one in Malvern. It's been there for a long time. I was the president of it for a term or 2. I don't really remember. But I kind of know how this stuff works. I know some people, I'm not well connected, but I know some people. All I'm saying is if that's something you're thinking about doing, I'll be glad to help you out. That's the short and sweet of it, okay? 2 in a minute.
Tony Giannino, Malvern Hunt. I'll try to be quick. So I know I got up here pretty passionately earlier. I wanted to thank you for listening. I appreciate that. I'm sorry that I don't usually raise my blood pressure, so I apologize for that outburst. But I wanted to ask some follow-up questions that I didn't get to in that segment earlier. In regards to one of the things that was on the agenda today, the definition of the field change, that was just something that, in addition to what we were talking about in the past, the substantial changes, I just wanted to kind of understand when we're looking at these legal definitions that are completely changing and gutting different things, where does the definition of what a field change is versus an amendment versus what would constitute a new application, where does that decision come about? How can something be worded as a field change when we had an engineer who described what a field change was, like a minor pipe adjustment? And then something like this, which is a major change, can fit into that exception, apparently. When previously an amendment that was being discussed similarly to this was something that would have had to gone through a new application process. Where does that determination fall? How do we get here?
I don't know that there is, I'll defer to Bernadette to help me here, but I don't know, Tony, that there is a legal definition of what a field change is.
Okay.
And in this instance, I heard what everyone was saying, and I understand where people are coming from, but what I was trying to say, and the reason it was on the agenda, is this land development agreement that we enter into with all developers. The one we entered into with this developer, with the Sentinel Green Fig developer, had language in it that called it a field change. Mm-hmm. And that, as I understand it, gave us the authorization. Now, I understand you could, debate, we could be here into tomorrow morning. Is it substantial? Is it not? Or Anyway, so I completely understand that, but where we're coming from was that document called it a field change, right, wrong, indifferent.
Gotcha. So that wasn't your word, that was how it was presented to.
Yeah, that was what we put in the document.
And it's from Green Fig?
I don't know where the language originated. I don't know if it came from us. Because
if it came from us, that would just be a weird language to use if we didn't know what the meaning of it was.
Well,
right?
Yeah. I mean, I think we were concerned with them, frankly, going the other direction, adding more cooling towers or more. I didn't write it, but I don't think we anticipated them proposing reducing or removing the cooling towers. I think it was written in there to protect us, so they couldn't, if the plan showed 10, that they couldn't put in 12 without coming back and getting approval.
I guess then it's just such a massive, even by footprint, a massive change. That 500,000 square feet, it just becomes so ingrained in us now because we've been talking about 1.66 million square feet and things like that.
And I don't mean to interrupt you. That wasn't real clear. The footprint doesn't change.
I was going to say it stays the same.
When you look at the plan, when you look at the 2024 plan that's approved, there's two. You've seen it. It's like an aerial view. There's two rectangles.
Yep.
The size of those rectangles did not change.
Yeah.
The length and the width stayed the same. The location stayed the same.
But the depth is changing, correct?
Yeah, didn't.
But that's what we were arguing back and forth with them the whole time. They would either include that as the basement square footage or exclude that to realistically argue their point.
No.
Go ahead. What I'm saying here is now, yes, I understand that the aerial square footage, like when you look at it from above, you're not going to see a difference. But the underground part, that's where it's a huge change. I mean, it's not something that is just, a small pipe or a staircase on the outside moving inside or something minor. It is, massive, something that is going to be having a huge impact on what they're able to do at the site, which is a material change of the use. Go ahead, Scott, sorry.
So do a comparison.
Sure.
And again, a lot of this is new and confusing at times. But imagine you're going to build apartments.
Sure.
Okay. And you came and you originally got approval for 1,000 units.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If you came to us and said, "Hey, we only want to build 200,"
mm-hmm.
would we? Normally, you don't argue with you and say, "Hey, because you're going from 1,000 to 200, you got to go back and start all over again." Subject to you're not doing anything really major, like with the footprints.
Mhm.
You would allow that to, and typically most townships, would you agree, would allow that without having to go back to the beginning?
Yeah, in fact, most times it wouldn't even come in front of the Board of Supervisors.
It would-
If Chris is still
A
here.
field, it would
be
become
a
a field
field
change, a field change. It would
I
be done
can't-
in the field.
Yeah, we can't force you to, if you have 1,000 apartments, financial hard times hit, and you're only gonna build 800, you're still within your footprint. We can't force you to build more. We can't say,
Right.
go find money.
Yeah,
Go
and
bankrupt
that's
yourself.
that's not the argument. Yeah.
Right, and then the second part was, in this plan, that the latest revision, the fact that they were removing the basement, okay, I think there was a feeling that like, hey, with all the EPA questions and digging, and was there gonna be needing blasting to get to the basement?
Mhm.
This eliminates the potential of blasting, disturbing soil. So that was a positive, right?
That I have no
would you
disagre-
would you agree on that? I
Yes.
mean, that's a positive.
That I'm not arguing. That is not even remotely the argument. That I think is a great improvement for if there's going to be there, the township would benefit from not having the 3 million gallons removed every day. That's not the argument.
Right.
It's the change itself. And we've put in a very rigorous moratorium to be put in place for new applications. We have a new ordinance that we cured. We've spent weeks and weeks doing it. All I'm saying is that they should have to now abide by that because they're changing what was approved now twice in 2021, then 2024. Keep hitting this, I'm so sorry. But that's all I'm saying is that this is, it's not even so much different than when they said they were going to make a more beautiful building for that 1.66 million square feet. It was going to have all, the Gensler design. And that wasn't ever the argument. It was the argument of you have to go through the process like everybody else would. And that's where I'm coming from with this. That's why I'm trying to push on the definition of a field change. As it was explained by engineers who have been doing this for years, a field change is something that, because of what was approved, maybe a small thing needed to be changed to complete the building process. This isn't a small change that needs to be completed. They could, like you said earlier, they can build their basement thing tomorrow if they wanted, after whatever the EPA things need. But you know what I'm saying. What I'm saying here is that they're not explaining to you that this is a necessity to change to complete the process of the building. They're doing it because they want to. They want to have a building that is more attractive to investors. The way that it's working right now, it's going to be a $3 million water suck. No hyperscaler. Right now, Meta, Google, Microsoft, all of them are signing these water moratoriums. They're not even signing on to data centers that have these water-cooled systems anymore. Sentinel Data Centers is running into an issue where they are partnered with SDC Partners, Sentinel Data Center Partners. It's their venture capital firm, arm of the business. Josh Rabina and Todd Aaron were partners in forming Sentinel Data Centers initially. Their investor right now is a kind of the left pocket of Sentinel Data Centers. Then they sell that to
Can I ask you a quick
hyperscalers.
question?
Go ahead, yeah.
I hate to interrupt
Please,
the,
no,
the
I-
lesson, but it's getting late. Do you, having us answered your questions on the field change, do you agree it's a field change, or you still are
Well, no, not
unsatisfied
at
with
all.
our
Yeah,
answer?
I think that's why it was getting. We have a lot of questions. I think that's why it get tabled anyway. But
Okay.
this field change, how did we? If it didn't come from our supervisors, it came from Sentinel. Where did
It didn't. We're not saying it came from Sentinel. It's what we wrote an agreement probably in 2021. Correct, Zach? So that we may limit them from getting too big.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the agreement was more recent than that. I don't know the exact date. What was the other part of your question? I apologize.
Yeah, I think the land development agreement is not what we would necessarily. I wouldn't call it a field change. I would call it something more related to an official document that is the township put in to retain the ability to review and replace the original water cooled versus the air chilled.
I think we actually referenced it in the land development
Right.
as a field change.
And these guys did that, and that was a great thing that they ended up doing, whether you agree or not, in terms of anticipating this. but by putting it in the land development, it took it out of the field.
Okay.
It required the township supervisors to look at it and to make a decision versus the field change, which will probably have less scrutiny. Certainly has more scrutiny.
We got to keep moving, Tony. It's going to be 11 o'clock before we know it. Would Kelly like to come up and speak? Tony, it's a long night.
Kelly Donia.
We have 3 minutes each. That's it.
I want to go home. This is important stuff. Don't keep trying to tell me it's 10 o'clock. I get it. I'm here. I'm with you. I'm here.
We are tired. I think everyone's tired. Yeah.
You don't have to be here, sir.
So,
Thank you for your comment, but it's not welcome.
So this is a real quick question, because the field changes, these changes are changing what the building is, even though it's on the same footprint. So just think of it this way, like if I came before you and I got approval on an apartment building, and then I came back to you and I said, oh, I can't do apartments anymore. Condo. I got a condo building. And then I come back and I say, I got to do apartments. These are two different types of buildings. And what we're saying is the changes that are being made are not field, they're drastic, and they're changing the type of building that's going to be built. It's a different type of data center. And I thought at first that the digging down was an issue too because of the contaminated land. And when I did more research, I found out that those servers are so heavy that you can't put a basement underneath them. So this is changing the type of data center from a regular data center, which we all could handle, I think, a nice corporate building, right, to a hyperscaler. It's huge. It's a big difference. So I think it has to be considered as a different type of building. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on now to consent agenda. I'll read it. Approve the meeting minutes from June 10th, 2026. Ratify the payment of bills in the amount of $449,247.47. Accept the treasurer's report. And finally, approve the proposal from Signal Service for the repair and replacement of the conduit and the wiring for the traffic signals at 29 at Liberty Boulevard for the cost of $28,020. Any questions from anyone pertaining to those? If not, I'll take a motion for approval.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the July 8th, 2026 consent agenda as read.
Have a second? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. And the meeting's adjourned.